Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I was calling to order our work session today, our council meeting at 8 a.m. here at the library. I don't believe we have any electronic attendance, correct? Pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Call, please.
Alderperson Murphy.
Present.
Macias. Razak. Simeon. Finch.
Present.
Castro. Schmidt.
Present.
All right, do we have public comment this evening or morning? Thanks. All right, and no questions on the agenda. Although you do have a packet that will play back your seat. So we'll move right into our budget work session, starting with number 1, opening remarks. Mr. Beatles, why don't you go first?
Sure. Well, good morning. See everybody. And hopefully, this is budget work session where we roll back our sleeves and we wrap up the budget discussions that started back in June. So we never stop budgeting. It's a year-round effort. And this year is no exception. Budget forward that was presented to you by Carol. Recommendation here is for balanced budget, flat operating budget. We can create capital improvement budget. So that being said, there's a couple areas for top priority that we definitely need to focus on today as we go through it. I'm going to lay those out for you. One is we have to wrap up our discussions on how we get the payments to agencies. As you know, we spend well over $1 million on agencies here at home. Two, wrapping up any final discussions on the capital improvement plan next year. And then there was a question about trees and parks and recreation. But that has to be resolved. Property tax levy, most importantly, for the very end, settling in on a number that you're comfortable with. And then lastly is the issue of fire EMS and what we're going to do that, which has a 15-year history. It goes back to 2008. So I had the finance department prepare a spreadsheet, published spreadsheet for the document that kind of identifies from our audits what was our staffing levels like before all the first in 2008. Similar to what we found back in 2021 when we got here, was that we had a deficit of 12 positions in the street department. And at that time, we replaced those 6 of those 12. We never really fully replaced all of well. Fire department, the same thing basically happened. So I went back and double checked and you can see the numbers in front of you. So to give you kind of a perspective and see what's happening with call volume over the last year, which has been growing exponentially. There's reasons for that. But it's good to have that discussion now at this stage of the game. With that, I'm going to keep my remarks short.
Thank you, Mr. Beatles. So I just wanted to start the day off with, much like I have every year, just reminding us that our call to this work is out of service, and it's a service to our community, to individuals within the community, to the organization of the city staff as well. And while we might come with different solutions or different perspectives on how to manage that responsibility, I think that if we keep those we're serving in mind and part, we'll find a way to get to agreement on how to steward the budget, the resources that we have to carefully look at every year. And I think this, as we move toward not having our dogs with our back, pocket, right, with dollars. We were learning how much more difficult it is to make some of these decisions. And so for the public's sake, I know none of us take this one lightly, but I just want us to continue in a manner that is keeping the positive, that everybody coming into this work positively. To make Thank you for your diligence in looking through these materials and for the staff for preparing us for so many weeks. It makes it a lot easier to go into this massive document to understand where we're at and to see if there are solutions. Thank you. With that, turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to just start out by just giving a very brief review of what we said on the PowerPoint here. And that is that the budget as presented is balanced. I know we've got a lot of outstanding issues to talk, so we'll be tweaking the budget throughout the day, but right here as it's presented. The budget presents healthy fund balances and cash reserves across all major funds. We have very conservative spending that the directors put together in their operating budgets and some financial. And lastly, it follows the plan and this council put in place sustainable solutions. So just to kind of get started, I'm going to just give you a very high level review on all of our fund activities. And it is under tab number 4. I'm actually going to start on page 2.
56.
Thank you.
I tried to put most of it on the agenda, pages, but some of them I don't always have some.
Thank you so much.
And so, as you know, we reviewed fund activities before, and they're within the book, so it's within the PowerPoint. There are many, many pages in your document. I'm going to take you to a one-page summary with just highlights, so that we can take But on this page, you will see that the city currently has 57 funds. And each one of those funds, you heard me say this before, we have a balance sheet, and they're all like separate entities. So it is a huge endeavor to stick the budget balance with all the directors, and we so appreciate all the support that you've given us with that. If you take a look down the last blue line, you will see that we have an ending fund balance, and this is the current 2025 budget as presented at $176,156,942. The general fund, we go further to the top, it's the very first line, has a net ending balance of $12,006,000, and we talked about that the other night. It's been a ending fund balance of a percentage of operating at 24.42%, which is right in coverage with our fund balance policy. The next group of funds that go down the road, we have 42 special revenue funds. And the first main grouping that you'll see there, we've got our lead grants, our CDBG, COVID, strong communities, home repair, lots of grants. And each one of those grants are a separate fund that has to be reported for the state as well as our federal government. Lots of separate grants. Then a little farther down, all of our tips, and we're going to get into that a little later this morning. Many of those tips currently have negative balances. If you look at the first column, the projected fund balance, you'll see some negative balances. And then in that white one between the two blue columns, you'll kind of see positive numbers. And that's where we do our advances. So if there is a fund that we anticipate having a negative fund balance by the end of the year, we have to advance funds from the general fund or another fund to make sure that it is in the budget. Our governmental Our next group of funds, well, then we've got our debt service, is kind of squeezed in there on a very small road. Again, that particular fund, there's an easy one to budget because it's all principal and interest on payments, so there's not a lot of variance. You know, pay for property taxes or home or gas tax primarily. So it's an easy one to budget, we're gonna put that later today as well. Then we've got our capital funds, our enterprise funds, and all our internal service funds. And enterprise and internal, as you know, we usually take them to cash flow, so we're gonna have a very brief review of that later in the. So that is the 2025 budget. I can see there's lots of information on each one of the funds, and it's rebuilt. That if you have any questions, I think of those funds to starting out, otherwise the main ones we're gonna highlight. All right, then we will just keep moving on. What I'd like to do is, it's number 4 on the agenda. I'm going to just do a very brief review of some of the select charts on our property taxes. We don't, I'm not asking for a decision on the property taxes. At this point, we're gonna circle back at the end of the morning, it's the very last couple of items on the agenda. But I want you to be thinking about taxes throughout the day, you look at all of our funds and all the needs, so that we can make a good decision. And so if we take a look, let's start on tab 3, it is your PDF number 21. And this one, I'm gonna take a few minutes, walk through, because I've got a little bit of information on this. On the very first section of this slide, that's where all the valuations are. And the first half of that green section is the one circled in red. That is on our existing properties. I want to show you the impact on our existing properties. So last year, our first green column there, the total taxable EAD across all funds was $907 million. This year, those same properties have gone up in value and now total $980 million, for a growth of $72.6 million, or on the average 7.94%. So the same 8% of all of the existing properties approved. If you break that down, if you kind of go up that column where we say it showed the 7.97, residential property actually grew 8.3%. Our farmland grew at 14.5%. And our commercial grew at 7.44. You can see there's pretty sizable growth, and it all varies. And then when we set our levy rate, that is fixed across the board. So that's like you'll see some of the difference. Some people are paying more, but some are paying more, some are less. Then the next set of numbers outside of that red box are the new construction numbers. And these are the ones that we actually update every month when we have a building permits that are happening. And we've had some good growth in the city this year. And so those taxable values equal $1.4 million. Again, this is EAD, so it's actually kind of 3. So the total growth is much higher than that. So, EAD is 1.4 million. Taxable EAD on those properties, if we add together the existing plus the new, so our total EAD is $981 million, for a total growth of $74 million. And our total increase in EAD is at 8.155%. So we have new construction, and we'll have that further out. Any questions on that? Then down below, when we apply levy rates, then we can kind of see where the taxes fall. And again, I'm going to start in that red box, red over box. Our property tax levy rate last year was $1.8009, and that was after we got our certified values for this last April from the county. And you can see there where all the taxes fall. With residential, they paid $10.6 million, and commercial was about million, for a total of 16.34 million at the current year that we are in. Then for this year, our recommendation that we talked about on Tuesday night was to actually reduce that levy rate down to $1.7156. That generates $16,820,000 for an increase on existing property of $471,611. So if you look at existing total across all classes, existing property is going up about 2.88%. When we add the new construction on it and the new taxes coming from those new properties, our total increase at the far row to the right is the 3.04 that we talked about this morning. If you look at the breakdown in the little green box in the far right lower column, that's where you'll see the new construction is adding $24,616, or about 5% to our total taxes. And then the existing property is about 95% for 471, equaling the total of 496,225,000. And that is the administrative recommendation that we're talking about. Then I'm going to hit on just a couple more and just to give you a little bit more background. We'll go on to the very next slide. And here you'll see that same $496,000 increase in taxes reflected to the last column to the 3.04. That is the breakdown again by line. Police and fire pension make up about $500,000 of the increase. We've got our general tax levy, and that basically supports that special improvement CIP fund. An additional $200,000, and again, over a 10-year period, is that accumulate? That's 10 years. Our debt levy, we're going to show that in a little while. Our debt is finally starting to drop off in some of the areas, so that helps offset and keep our property taxes a little more stable. And we've got 3% increases in parks and library. Again, our recommendation is only to take a portion of the growth, highlighted in red, just for information. If we were to take the maximum levy dollars and our 5% amount, that would keep us under that truth in taxation levy. That would give us $817,000. That's about, like I said, about 5% increase. So over the 496, you would pick up a little more than 300,000. If we were to maintain our levy at the $1.80, we would be having a total property tax increase of about 1.3. Again, that's not our recommendation, but those are dollars. I mean, just kind of give a perspective of what we can get on if we change those numbers. Any questions on those? And now, moving. So the SSAs, just want you to be aware on that same page. SSA number 5 is actually their board is recommending an increase of $20,000 to their levy rate. Downtown. That increase is 17% on those businesses. Again, they have talked about that within the business owners themselves. They will have to hold a public hearing, and it is scheduled for November 4th. And so any businesses can come, they've all been notified that the board will be on the very report for that through the limiting, treated taxation hearing. SSA 6 is keeping their money rate the same. Then I'm just going to highlight again some of the things we talked about on Tuesday. It's on page 7. There we go. This is the impact with the page 25 on the recommendation that is being presented. That was point to an impact on average residential property with the growth that we talked about $21 per year, and for commercial property, $93. And then, just so you are aware, we've got lots of information on building permits on the next slide, Lori. Coming down. You can kind of review those. Every year, and I know this is new for Dan, that every year we also provide, the next slide, we do a sampling of 100 residential properties to see what the impact is. And you will find your home, I think, in this mix, because we always have all the ones, and you can see through all of that addresses on your own. Okay. Things are up and down, up and down, all around. And it's also got the impact on our commercial properties, we did a random sampling of 30. What we do with our random sampling is look at the total at the bottom, and we kind of compare what our random sampling of 100 compares to citywide. For residential, our 100 homes that we chose are up about 3.28% compared to citywide 3.19. So there's a little bit of extra growth that we probably have to think about of what. I think it's basing on commercial, but we are very, very close to our citywide numbers. Go down one more. And then lastly, in this section, I just wanted to review the impact of all of the fees, property taxes, and all the utility fees that we have already 32. And we have already talked about. Okay, so you have seen the sheet several times already. So this is our projected monthly impact per household. This is for 25, 27, and for 2025, we're at $21 that we talked about on that residential phone increase, and we divide that by 12 months. That average impact is $1.75. That $1.75 added to the increases that were just adopted on Tuesday night with all of our utility fees, it increases. The total monthly cost increase is $8.56. And if you annualize that, it's $102.72. And again, I want to point out that this is actually mirroring the plan that we showed last year. And ironically, if you turn that page, that's where you'll see to the look at this last year. It hopefully projected that in 2025, the annual amount would be $102.72. If we kind of stay on that first page of the 25, 27, go back to 40. Although we're having some increases in our fees, and we're always going to have that, just to keep pace with the same with property taxes. For increases in the parks and the library, we're going to continue to show increases. But the main thing is, if you look at that annual line across the bottom of the page, although it's increasing, those increases are actually decreasing every year. So we're trying to get to a level that is more sustainable. We had to get over that hump since we had not raised fees for so long. And in order to stabilize those enterprise funds, we needed to come out of the chute, make the hard decisions of raising those fees, and now we'll hopefully stabilize them and bring those increases down. So if we look at that, in the current year for our 2025, we're representing $102 of increase. Next year, those projected increases in plan will decrease to $85. So it's an additional increase, but it'll be $25. Same thing for 27, an additional increase, that would be $57. So at some point, we're going to come to a more stable
Plateau.
plateau. So any questions on that?
I just wanted to double check what you said on Tuesday, back at the chart with page 22, page 4 of this tab. The bars showing 25 versus 24, where the property tax levy is going. The police and fire pension is group, correct? And those are required amounts that we have.
It's managed.
And then we're showing a little bit of, increase in, library and parks to keep pace with the goals they have. But the debt levy line is the one that's.
Yes, we're very happy. I may actually, because if I can, it's really useful right here. So we live compared to East Moline over and Rock Island. And this is on the current year, not next year, current levy that we are in, it's 34. And if you look at residential property, the city of Moline School District, number 40 for Moline Township. We are the lowest property taxes out of those three cities there. And then East Moline and Rock Island, we took the largest district as well. And then again, if you take a look at commercial, we are also the lowest. On the average commercial property of $682,000 EAD. So it is a very nice place to be. So any questions on taxes? Then we're going to circle back around this question. Okay. So let's move right into payments to agencies.
724.
We have a lengthy discussion back on September the 24th. And we've had quite a few changes that were made. And those have all been updated. We've come to motions we went down the road, like for Moline. Moline Center, as the Chamber of Community Business Cities. So I believe all those numbers have been properly updated. The ones that were outstanding are highlighted in yellow. And we have also added 3 additional ones that are in a red box. But the 3 outstanding items from September 24th are the Moline Commission on Youth. Their request for 25 was 15,000, and our administrative recommendation was to bring that down to 10. One of the questions was how much money was left in our contingency, and that is actually in the handout, the very, very last page. We can talk about it in the general fund as well. The last page that I handed out was page 15. Right now, year to date, snapshot from 2 days ago, yesterday. Mayor and council contingency has spent 37,000 out of their.
Yeah, I know there was a lot of discussion about the commission, what the program or the criteria or how they are distributing that. There's been any updates both weeks ago.
No, because I don't think they've had another meeting yet on it. It makes sense that, you know, once we make our decisions, we could follow up with our staff liaisons so that every one of these commissions that gets money from the general fund, right, has a clearer expectation laid in front of them for the direction they need to go. So I think that is part of the follow-up. And so if you are a director, you know, with some staff that have a liaison in charge of one of these, please make sure we communicate that desire. Yes.
Yeah. I think it's a very small step we can take to increase that budget. I think there's a lot of opportunity in the community. I agree we need to get on track to a better plan. I would prefer to increase the budget as requested, give the carrot to say and asking them to move forward with that. And if they do not, then I think council should step in this year and redefine their directive, and if they won't put that work. If they're not willing to follow through on the request.
Are you suggesting, Ms. Barnes, that these dollars come out of council contingency?
The discussion had been made, or the question had been asked, how much was left? I would like all of the payments to agencies, that were, we want to get that all moved into the council's budget, all of them in one line item, so it's very easy to track, but it's all general fund.
Okay, so you're saying their council budget means the budget,
Yes.
not this, not the contingency.
Yeah, I can, yes, I can move it up into the.
Like, yes, it should be.
Just the mechanics of the contingency fund. If we still have 100,000 this year, are you building 2025's budget with the assumption that it's zero does? And then everything else just goes back to general? Okay.
Nobody does.
So it is a rollover situation. It is a real zero. So we can still spend it under the budget without impact.
I guess I'm trying to figure out where does leaving 400,000 in contingencies start to be a luxury as opposed to bringing that down and potentially impacting things like the levy or other, it's a lot of money to sit there and not use. And so while I understand sort of the things we want to make sure we fund, especially through commissions coming into the mayor council budget. I don't think we should leave 400 sitting around, so there are some things that could potentially come out of that. It's interesting to me that other years we've spent more, there's been other requests. I think we probably need to lock down what the procedures are for asking for council contingency, because I can tell you, as I looked through the requests, and you heard me speak on my, in a disdainful manner about the historic preservation request, right? I want to help humans who need the help now. I don't want to buy plaques. But I can understand if that came out of contingency money, but we need to sort of have some sort of administrative guideline there for that. So I hope I'm not mixing up the information here, but I hope you understand what I'm saying is that it makes sense that some things get pushed up. There are other things that should get pushed down or out, I think. And in terms of payments to agencies, that 35K is something I'm just not interested in keeping in.
And one thing that, if I could, just kind of clarification, when we, like now we're adopting the budget for 2025, we don't know what kind of. Something just happened out of the blue. So kind of like public works projects when they come back, it's nice to have a contingency if there's an unknown thing. And if we add the mayor's contingency together with the administrative contingency of 100, it's right about 1% of the total budget. So although the dollars seem high, this is from a budget perspective. Percentage wise, there's not a lot of variance if something comes up. And that means that you can just immediately react. You already got budget authority, just quickly react on. And I totally agree, as we get through the year, and if we haven't used it, when we come through and we do amendments, we could actually amend it down. Or choose, now that we're in a 60-day window, choose it on something that the council really feels is a high priority. That is the kind of basis of having a contingency, it's just to safeguard if something unexpected comes up. Or
Yeah, I understand that, and we've seen different things happen, it's just, especially when you look at this year and having used just a fraction of it, then it feels like we're letting it sit there.
Yeah, I want to keep the contingency where it is. I think that we have had years where we had to use it. Where we had the roof down at the cemetery, it was a big one, and it came in, and it was a big expense. And we didn't have to take a second thought, didn't have to have Carol spend 3 days figuring out where to pull the money from, that we have that opportunity. I think that there's a great value in keeping that on board. And then when we get to the end of the year like this, though, and say, okay, we've not run into those situations, it's how we can then say, okay, some of these things we'd like to have are hard to look at in the next year. That gives us just a little bit of that extra money to do like right here. I think as we get to the end of payments to agencies, if where we land is higher than what's currently there, so if something's increased or decreased, then I think contingency is a great place for that. For this year's contingency, just getting right into those those wants.
So
that
if you
are-
would give an example, you'd say, take my historic preserve request, or the historic preserve request of 35K, you'd say, let's take it from the 24, contingency.
No. So right now we have a budget of, let's say.
I need an example.
Well, but I mean, so if I think the total cost of all requests from agencies. So let's say if we approve 5 more for youth preservation, we take out 35 for historic preservation, we add, when we do all the adding and subtracting, if it was $1 million and it turned out to be $1.1 million, well, then we can do that with the contingency as on a whole.
On a whole, not on an
Because if we go through and say we're taking that from council contingency, but then we take it back from another, like, I just think we look at that on a whole before we make that final decision. I'm generally in agreement of using the contingency to fix whatever we break.
This, I don't know, this motion. Yeah. I would like to see a policy whereby the unused contingency is automatically invested in such projects to prevent interest rate payments. And, you know, when we actually end up doing those things, my whole idea is bigger down payment, less tax burden. And some years that might be 0, some years it might be $3,000. Just to help build up that fund, this is a good source, especially if it's not low. Is that a motionable? I don't.
That's a fiscal policy.
It's a fiscal, it's a
Yeah.
policy. And so I just kind of throwing it out there. I think it's worth discussion in the future.
Can I ask a point of order? What is our, could we remind ourselves, because we actually do this every year, how do we work motions today? Because motions are, we're not making motions like we would on a council resolution. Every motion we do today is essentially directional, we're making agreements to a policy direction, is that right?
Yeah.
In which case, I think anything where you want to.
There's no ordinance.
Right, but we can still make a motion like that because it would be,
Yeah.
provide directions.
And
So
we're
that
and
when
we're
they-
doing it in the appropriate part of the agenda. It's not in miscellaneous, for example, so I think it's a motion.
Well, then I would like to make a motion that as a fiscal policy, at the end of every year, the remainder of the contingency fund roll over into the fund.
Special, yeah.
Second.
So I'll say, oh,
Certainly.
It's a motion by Timmy and seconded by Ed.
I am vehemently opposed to this idea. I think it's a good thought and that that's what we should be doing, likely with that remaining money. But I think that it is a better choice for the council at the time to look at what is in front of them, and with that contingency, make a direction for it. I would be okay with saying, at the end of the year, council decides how to allocate that money, but I don't want to make it an automatic rollover into the fund, because that could be something that in 5 years, maybe that fund's not utilized the same way, the needs somewhere else, we just forgot, and then that money goes to the special projects fund, where we could have used it somewhere else for a version. I'm not interested in tying future council payments with that particular directive.
Thoughts, Mr. Rozak?
I agree with James.
Yeah,
It's contingency, we need some money, okay, we have money, we need it. That's it, and if there's any money left over to the ending of financial year, we can use it. But there is a lot of projects, there will always be contingency. If we do not find anything, let's put on federal.
Absolutely.
The point is that if there's leftover money at the end of the year, it has to go somewhere. And I am just setting a default action that obviously any council can do. All it takes is one motion to undo or reallocate. It won't get lost. It's not going anywhere. The finance department will say, by the way, this is happening, you can use it for this. I think it's just a default action, knowing we have 10+ years of massive projects in downtown that need funding that shouldn't be borrowed against if we can afford it. And we can't just increase the sidewalk budget as much as I want to at the end of the year because we're setting that budget now. And so on December 31st, we can't just say, there's more money for that. I think throwing it towards something that easily reduces the financial burden on taxpayers of loan payments is, I think, forward thinking. That's just.
Yeah, just briefly, normally at the end of the fiscal year, it's not spent, it goes into the unexpended fund balance. That's where it goes, right? That's true across any fund. Since there's always going to be money left, you always have that opportunity in December when we do budget amendments to literally close out that year. That's when you could make that choice that you want to use specifically for something to identify it. So I'm just talking that in there. Because kind of the big asking for.
Mr. Schmidt, then Mr. Macias.
I am not necessarily objecting to the idea of us taking the money that's remaining in contingency negotiation. My objection is purely on a procedural basis, that part of the process that we just outlined. We're going to be given this money in one part and said we have to pay for it allocated. I think doing that as part of the remaining fund balance conversation is just as effective. Whenever we take things that make it automatic, pushing something here with a policy like this, I think we're an undue burden on ourselves, and we restrict freedom of future councils to do what is best to do that.
So basically, the process is already there. That one side is just, this gives it a little bit more, if for whatever reason, here's direction. So do we need to make it at this moment? You guys are ready to do it.
We do December amendments, correct? That's the place where we're talking about it.
I don't want to berate this. We have a long day. There are a lot of financial apps that people use to auto invest, I would say, because when we have a chunk of money, we suddenly find a reason to spend it. If I can round up my money, there's that app form, that automatic investment on my paycheck, savings account. It is outside of money. This is just, this fund will not grow appropriately unless we start chipping away at it, and sometimes an automatic is appropriate for that. I understand we can make a motion. I also understand there's gonna be an emergency in December that is a good use of that money. And then in 10 years, we're gonna end up with a much smaller fund balance for these projects, whether it's fire department.
Okay, is there anything further?
I don't think looking at our city budget the same way we would a personal budget in that way makes sense. Because when we think about a personal budget, the purpose is exponential growth. The city budget is meant to only take as much from our citizens and our visitors and our partner agencies as we need to get done what needs to be done. And I think, so if we do that out of sight, out of mind, is actually a bad thing to do, because it makes us think that it's not something that we're taking from the taxpayers' dollars, or not actively making this.
Okay, there's nothing further. All in favor of the policy to hope I'm saying this correctly as you motion. To put any remaining council contingency money into the special CIP project fund. All in favor?
Aye.
Roll call, please.
Alderperson Macias.
Nay.
Razak.
Nay.
Simeon.
Aye.
Finch. McNeil.
Nay.
Castro. Schmidt.
Nay.
Murphy.
Aye.
I heard that. It's
It's one more.
Got it.
I'm gonna qualify my statement, so it's clear. I'm not referring to Nay. But I was gonna qualify it just by saying, before we took office, there was a motion to tie the hands of future budgets related to 6,000 roads being funded, and I wasn't for that, so I'm not gonna do this one too. But I want to say, let us make sure, please, older people who motioned and seconded, that we address this in December when we do the last budget. Like, put our words into action, because we can't just talk about it, it's a good idea. Thank you. All right, so that was one substitute chat. We still are on payments to agencies. Ms. Barnes, how do you want to walk us through what changes? Do you want us to address Moline Commission on Youth?
Yes.
Right now, we're at 10K instead of the 15K they've asked for.
Yes. Next week.
I make a motion to increase the Moline Commission on Youth allocation to 15,000.
There a second? Motion by Schmidt, seconded by Razak. Discussion. You've already explained why you'd like to do that. And in addition, come back on a policy level or a directive level and have more direction on how to spend. Other thoughts? Ms. Castro?
I am of the exact opposite mind. I would rather see something first before we raise your budget. I don't like the idea of just increasing it without knowing what those dollars.
Anything further from the council? All in favor of raising it to 15,000? Roll call in the end.
Alderperson Macias. Razak. Simeon.
Nay.
Finch. McNeil.
Nay.
Castro.
Nay.
Schmidt.
Aye.
Murphy.
Nay.
3 ayes, 5 nays. All right, the motion does not pass. So it sits at 10. Thank you. Almost done?
Yes.
I'd like to say something about this. I really appreciate the council at that meeting where we said, no, we're in favor of funding this. As I was going through the various issues before us, my brain started to look at a dividing line in order to help me make decisions, right? How would I make a decision on where money goes? How are we gonna be really great stewards of this money? And for me, it was anything that has something to do with helping people immediately, right? I think we're in that place and time. We know we have issues with homelessness. There's some of it, like Chief, we had a conversation with someone via email this week that really is county property, the county resources need to work there, but we're not denying we have issues. So I just want to say that dividing line is something that I'm using as a lens here for the whole day. And I'm really glad to see us want to address this with direct resources to an agency that's helping us in Moline. So I'm hoping we want to keep it. Yes,
As a point of order, if we want to keep it what's on this sheet, there's no action. We all understand that that's the right procedure.
Right. No action required. So.
great. So I don't see a motion on the floor to change anything. We'll move to the next one, right, which is Ms. Moline, start preservation commission funding source to be determined. I see, and it's funding source to be determined. I've already told you guys what I think. It's valuable work that they wanna do, but I don't wanna pay for plaques. I wanna pay for people. I don't know.
We consider a report on some of that. I mean, I think we just need to go through it, like, this, the biggest chunk of that is for the structure survey. And that's part of it, how that was working, it just. we don't
Yeah,
understand.
Mr. Matthias, can you help us?
Yes, I mean, when the mayor brings up plaques, I mean, in general, I'm not gonna necessarily disagree with that, right? We're talking about the recognition of things from the history. One of the, as Bob knows, one of the projects we've heard about for a couple of years is the recognition of, Mr. Sears, right? And kind of that history of the mill history of the city and those type of things. So I don't disagree that these are at the same level of importance as, you know, homelessness and some of your other initiatives. And I guess another thing I would offer is if you're keeping that contingency money and we know it could possibly be there, perhaps, you know, perhaps the HPC could put together an application or something, present something in council where you could consider if it is worthy of some of that funding.
That's where my brain goes.
As staff, we would be happy to support that.
I make a motion to, oops,
So a couple of years ago, Parks and Rec Department was the department that ordered the plaques, because we ordered plaques. They still have like 3 or 4, I think they will lose 2 in 2 years.
Oh,
So we
these,
still have-
Eric is referring to the
Yeah.
site designation flag.
Yeah, we still have several of those.
Yeah, those are those small ones that they use, they designate something, they historic buildings.
Mr. Macias?
Yeah, I'm curious, how much do they actually cost? And what's the difference? Because there's some that seem to be like a lot more expensive than others.
So the ones that we have and they have are, I don't know, 4x6 maybe, and it all depends on the wording for theirs. They're probably between 350 and 500. I don't know the exact rate, but the ones that we order, it's all about wording. How many words, or how many projects. Wow.
That's a
Yeah,
different
that's-
flag, because they're making.
Part of this request too is there's funding from the state that could be possible, right? And so part of this is a match with that grant. The purpose of which would be to have a district where you go through and survey these properties. So you'd be able to learn more about what your historic properties actually are in the city. But that would be another thing we could present later and make the request.
You have a motion?
So if, looking at the informational historic plaques, I don't have an issue with moving forward with some of the plaques at the small level of what that request is. I think that is part of our placemaking efforts. I think that is an important piece of the process. But the reality is that is a request of $3,000 out of this total 35, which is why I was asking more about like that survey piece of understanding the necessity of it. Do we have it? Like, does it endanger our work? It vaguely speaks as if we could lose some status if we don't have a survey, and I'm not sure what timing is on that.
Yeah, but, I think, and I'm going by memory here, let's say if it was $100,000 and you're like doing a 20% match, right? That could be a $20,000 request later that we would make to help support something like that. But the necessity of it, I mean, I think it's important work to go out there, especially if you're considering like a demolition ordinance where you would possibly delay demolishing things. You know, you could really find out which properties, you could do the work ahead of time to say, these are the properties that we should preserve, as opposed to reviewing it.
Not citywide, 50 years old, that's really.
And keep in mind, you can't do the entire city with something like this, even, you know, you're gonna be focusing on it. You're gonna be deciding what part of your city you really wanna learn more about from a survey perspective, but I don't think you can do the entire city with $100,000.
Make a motion to reduce the historic preservation line item to $3,000 for an informational historic plaques.
Motion by Schmidt, seconded by Finch.
I think, and if we go forward, how this goes, I would say, let's look at next year's contingency as a potential source of that survey, how that goes work, and those things. I think we can probably still set off in the future, letting apply for that grant, and if they get it, we will get that, is my perspective on that particular piece. They don't really have any interest in funding the training is requested, we went to them for other commissions, it feels different and needs to be part of a larger conversation if it's gonna happen at all. I do think if the costs were going, that is the different place, maybe this one piece makes sense to.
I agree with this, and I'm on board with if needed a contingent contingency. And say,
Oh, Lord.
if you need a letter of intent for the grant from the state, I think that that's something we should discuss. Knowing that we intend on funding this if the grant is put a match. That's why I say. I think that this is a more appropriate use of funds.
I'll put it out there, I don't think that any of these requests need to be a line item in this budget. I think they're all special circumstances. I don't, there are other commissions that need to work with people, like the Commission on Youth, like the Human Rights Commission, and I don't want to see, even though this is a really small amount, I don't really want to quibble about $3,000, that's proposed here, but I'm just putting it out there that, adding to the budget, a regular repeating amount to a commission like this, it's not something I'm as interested in at this moment in time. Unless we were talking about adding to every big commission that should be leading projects for the city. But I don't think we're at that point with our budget this year. I think my goal has always been to tighten our budget a little bit. So I'm just putting that out there. I don't know how you're going to vote, but that's where I'm. Anything further on $3,000 for flex?
I'd like to amend the motion to zero, throwing everything under.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Castro. So now the motion on the floor for discussion is taking it down to zero instead of $3,000. Discussion.
I call a question. Oh, yeah,
So no conversation.
oh, sorry.
Well, once someone calls a question, you're supposed to.
I don't think I procedurally can with this sort of motion.
All the question needs a second.
Yes.
Yeah. Is there a second?
Second.
No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's two. All in, not in favor? So that motion fails. So it's an amendment.
2 to 6 it fails.
But I. I didn't do a roll call. Okay. So that amendment failed, the motion still on the table is for 3,000. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. So technically, as you're, just so I have this in my head, as you're checking the numbers, we reduced
30.
by 32,000.
So the amount approved is $3,000.
Thank you.
The next section is moving on. As Lori and I were reconciling this for September 24th, we actually realized that we probably should have presented, there were 3 additional payments to agencies that have historically always been budgeted through CDP. Okay, and with Bob, just so you know, going forward, we're gonna actually ask a couple of these to come back and be in front of council like what we did this year, so that you can actually hear their requests. So the first one there is for River Action. It's in your handout. That's page 5 of the handout. And this is actually going back to 2020. So this is something that they had requested this. And it's been held at $8,000 annually in request. These are the types of things that River Action is supporting or doing that and other things as well. So it's an $8,000 loan that fits the budget for 2020. But we wanted to make sure that council was aware of this and gave us.
These are very popular experiences in terms of our placemaking.
And my understanding is, I don't have that, but Tara Osborne had mentioned that our portion is based on the length of the river, is how we're actually came up with the request.
What they're getting funded by the other cities, since they all now have access to the channel. Yeah, we're these small. I didn't know we were.
I mean, Chrissy, you know,
I don't know that, we can certainly do the research on it.
yeah,
I mean, it's kind of some of the things, special events mixed in with other purposeful uses. No, like Gold Sell is a special event, no different than any other event downtown.
Yes,
So it's a mixed bag that, you know, Moline put together here. That's what it came from.
right, so the thing that's crucial to understand is if this was a one-time request, or for year 2020, as opposed to a recurring payment.
it is recurring. It's kind of like some of our other payments to agencies in the past. We didn't get it out in front of council, like the presentations. And
Inside the general operating, but CED.
And going forward, we're gonna have river action and then give a little clarification. But it is an ongoing request. And Kara has worked with river action. And it is state constant at 8,000.
So,
Go ahead.
You know, it's been 15 years, but I know at one time all cities did based on the number of miles that were.
I know Bentonville always paid the platinum.
I don't know what they are currently. There is a lot of value. I know this past year we were given special events. So the big value I think is the Mississippi River Conference. I that's still free.
Yeah, they have been doing that
So
there.
it's
They also worked on a special project, I don't know if it got stalled, but the access from the West End neighborhood to Sylvan Island, that's a really big deal in terms of equity on the riverfront.
Yeah. We're waiting on Rock Island to be able to participate on that one, but yes, they're still trying to work it.
Yeah, so they're a major part of that, which is a good thing toward our goals and equity. And I think we're just a little surprised and you know. Thank you for directing the procedure. Mr. Mercedes.
Yeah, I agree. We've done a lot of education walks, all these things that maybe some of us have gone through them, but yeah, I didn't realize. Specifically. Yeah, that's surprising.
motion to approve the allocation request to $8,000.
second.
You'll take that second. Mr. Schmidt as second by me.
Yeah, I actually came in this morning expecting to vote not want to do this one. When I see the list, it's like, it's a total no-brainer. I appreciate staff's identifying that it was maybe just being done in the wrong way, we're bringing it forward. Even if River Act were to in this year and kind of give us a put, like, you know, I know we like to do those things more upfront, but I think we know what they're doing, the work they're doing. It's great, so I'm supportive, we're still looking to hear from the road scale letter and outlining what the status is now.
Sure, yeah.
I certainly want to know what the other cities are doing. Maybe, I don't know if it can be increased benefits for us, I don't know if they have to participate in the Mississippi Service Conference. Others, they do have educational walks, talks, so a lot of culture and history.
All in favor of keeping the $8,000 allocation? Any opposed? Motion passes. By State Regional Commission.
And then, that's in the capital as well, it's actually on part on page 2. And this is just our annual dues. And again, this is always been in the company budget, we want to be aware of that, of the actual amount of payment allocated. It's a very slight increase from the current year, it's right around 3% range. And that is our letter, it's a copy of the last state's budget in total. And then if you turn to page 4, you'll see our proportionate share based upon our population. And then you'll see the 24 compared to 25, so those are this by others. So we wanted to come to this to be aware of this. And again, we'll have our state come in next year and make that little presentation.
Is there a motion to keep the recommendation?
Motion to.
Second by Finch. Discussion?
Just, we benefit from bi-state so in so many ways, the least of which is grant assistance for sidewalk projects. The Morgan Park project,
That's correct.
huge amount of money is bi-state. The dues make it.
Anything further? Hearing none, all in favor of keeping this allocation?
I
Motion passes.
And then the last one is the Illinois advocacy. And you can see it's actually on the very first page, you can get out, the list over there, and the current put together. We currently pay $2,000 a month to the MRH Solutions LLC for consulting and fund. And this has been
This is our lobbies.
This is.
Just to speak plainly, it's our lobbies. This is reap benefits. There's no motion on the table, but this reap benefits just simply if you look at the legislation for the front, having the right of first refusal, and also the River's Edge tax. Involved in some huge benefits, yes.
Very supportive, not interested in blowing up the allocation in any way, shape, or form. Why is it showing up here? Like, I understand we're trying to move it somewhere where we're seeing it, but it just seems like an odd categorization.
This is from years, decades. It's just always been out of CED and it's maybe the city's ground. I think if we get more sophisticated, it really should be in the executive budget.
The bill comes to
We're
me.
looking it up together. And it will be.
Tariff, it's kind of like. That's how it's been.
I guess my confusion is why it's on a agency. I mean, and if that's just where it's gonna be this year, we're gonna find a better home for it in the future, maybe.
What was the executive budget?
I mean, it's the line item that we pay, yeah, but
If it's just where it belongs, it's just one of those oddities of budgeting, that's a fine answer too. I'm just asking.
So we don't have to motion it.
it's information. And then lastly, our discussion from September 24th, it's not highlighted there, but it's in the next category, the project now and level up programming. We did have project now committee give lunch presentation on September 24th. And at 79, back in the minutes, we were trying to figure out because the council was certainly very supportive of those programs. And their request that's shown in those categories was $264,025 and then upward to 26 and 27 as funds are available. So as we look at that, it leads into our next item here for discussion because I want to show you the cannabis fund so we can make a good decision on this. So if you turn to page 1. Oh, okay, yes, you can go to the handout.
And on page 6.
So as we take a look through this, what we did is the general fund last year did a cash advance to this fund since cannabis revenue had not come forward yet. for 220,000, and council on the 24th had asked, what if we spread that out, instead of paying it all back this first year when you're revenue, spread it out over a period of time. So what we did is we spread it out over a 5-year period, and if you turn the page, you will see what we were able to accomplish here, and you can see the level up from them. In 2024, we're currently funding it at 200,000. Everybody with me on that one? That following year, in 25, we are able to honor that request, so desires for the 264. And we are even able to look at potentially future years, and that's just an earmark. Let's earmark that for future years based on this request. And it still leaves a little contingency. Again, the only thing that I say is this is our first year with Canada. We are not 100% certain on what's coming in. I know this first year in 25 gives us some wiggle room of 128,000 that would be left here. But, you know, we just need to keep our eye on what the receipts are. We've only got 1 month payment coming in, we haven't got yet. So, but it's looking in a positive direction.
So we agreed that there's a dollar amount at that meeting, and we had left the discussion open on what the agreement with them would look like, whether that extra money was gonna go to fund more people or keep the people in it longer. I did provide the council with some of the expert information from the folks that are working on these topics across the country. Their recommendation was always to keep people in it longer, because we know poverty, you don't just magically get up and out of it, right? It takes much longer. So I would like to work with CED staff and Level Up to come up with the next agreement that we need to sign. And potentially, but my thought right now was to extend it to an 18-month window of participation. Maybe that would get us to a nice medium balance of more of the same people, getting them up and out, and then graduating out of the program and all that stuff, but then also giving us some wiggle room to get more people into it who are on their waiting list right now. And as far as like their increase to 333 the following year, that's up for negotiation down the road anyway, once we see how an 18-month period works out, I think. But I just wanted to speak that out loud, because that's a legal thing. We have to have our legal staff help us write up the new agreement, but we can at least pass the budget for it now. Bring that back to December.
I think actually 18 months was bouncing around in my head as well. My only thought, I think this, I don't know how this works out agreement wise. If we're going to do that, I think we should also make sure we have an agreement in place, so that the group that we would start the second half of next year, we should do an agreement for 18 months, if that's the number we go to, so that we don't get people started for that 6 months. We expect it for 18 and full funds our way through, because we're not thinking about it. So whether we do a 2-year agreement now, or we do a 6-month agreement and an 18-month agreement, I just think whatever that window is, we should cover a whole thing. Because that is the extension, and that's up for the lawyer.
I just have a question. If we were to extend to the 18 or 24, would there still be enough left over to cover the emergency fund that they had as well, or would the 264 take up all of the guarantee payments?
I think their proposal is somewhere, it's in here.
Yeah.
I believe that it kept the emergency funds.
Well, because I think that was originally at the 12-month, keeping it at 12-month, correct? Keeping it 12-month and then having a portion left over for the emergency fund. Was that correct? Or
Yeah, they were proposing adding more people versus extending, but the dollar amount still says,
okay,
it's still,
it was just clarifying.
yeah, we just have to decide how it's.
As we look at and kind of how we're laying that out here. I'm supportive of where we're at, leaving things in like the contingency flow kind of right now. I would expect this time next year, it's obvious, but I want us to have kind of a better plan. But I think in recognition that we're still getting our hands around it, and that this is a safer way to estimate it at this time, makes sense. But I just think we should be thinking about that, not just being like a second contingency fund in the long term. I think it's a special circumstance that makes it okay in my mind.
And maybe another way to say that would be let it help.
I would really like that.
So the recommendation remains as.
The recommendation, and so these kind of hand in hand, we also had on that payments to agency, it was a separate fund listed on that. So I think we've got motions and legal payments to agencies.
It's, I think we're done.
And we're really just looking at that first year.
We need a motion to accept the cannabis fund as presented. Is that what? Yes. All right, motion by Timmy and second by Finch. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Did individual.
We'll get them individually when we get to the budget.
I think it's just move on here.
Yeah, number 5 is a motion payments to agencies.
I mean, it's fine, you can probably never look at it.
So we make a motion to accept the payments to agencies as amended.
Yes.
Right? That, no, yes, you motioned that. Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Lucy. Again, this is we're at number 5. To accept the payments to agencies as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We did the cannabis tax fund, we kind of went a little out of order there, but.
Yes.
So now we're to number 7, National Opioid Settlement Fund.
And some of this is for your information, although we would like to think it not. We mentioned the other day, I think we found on the 24th of September. If you have to go very. 232. Page 232. This is our projected income as we best know it right now. Estimate from the state. And we have currently for 24, we received the $60,000 payment. We are still waiting for the second little payment here in 24 for the 8,800. So we're gonna have about $70,000 for this year in the budget. Next year, we're anticipating only receiving about $16,000, and it's going to be a decreasing amount. These are going to potentially change. But we're looking for council. As we head into year 25, we will come back to you after we get some more guidance on what we can spend the money for. But we're going to come back to you, but we are just wanting from a budget perspective to say, recognize that we've got this money and so that we can set up some budget allocation in the future. Right now, we don't have any expenditures authorized. So there's nothing here on the expenditure level. If you go back on the page. Oh, let's see, if you go back on. But it's the fund equity. You'll see the revenue that's coming in, and then on the expenditures, you're not showing it. So then you'll see it's a cumulative effect on the expenditures. There is no timeline on when those are. We have to report quarterly. We've given some examples, and we're in talks right now with Moline. This is another city of the types of things that you can spend money on. It's in little packets as well. But primarily, we have to spend the money on treatment and or prevention program.
Can we get information from you too about the prevalence of this in our community?
About the opioids.
Overdoses or addiction?
Yeah, I don't have, any stats with you right now, but it's a problem
we're not immune to. Obviously, we carry both police and fire carry opioid, counter drugs like Narcan, things like that, but, drug addiction, both opioids and others, methamphetamine, drive crime. So, in the last couple of years, there's been a big push for criminal justice reform in this space to not jail those individuals. But on the surface, it seems like it's just a drug addiction, but then that fuels, property crimes, for example, stealing a DeWalt drill from Lowe's, that then gets pawned in a pawn shop for drugs to continue to perpetuate the cycle. So yeah, I'd be supportive of, anything that we could do to try to break that cycle. I don't know that I'm the expert to solve that, but we certainly have partners in the area that we could lean on. We can certainly use resources of both police and fire for continued support. I think one thing we could do is continue to leverage our social work partnership or other responders in the area. I would take money to expand those programs for sure. But to get people at the point of crisis is the key there, right? To respond to the point of crisis.
Just this week on one of the news channels, they featured Knox County and what they're doing with vending machines for naloxone, I think, and some other emergency medicines. I would be curious to know what that program is really, how it's functioning. It sounded great in the news coverage, but since that's local, really, it's close by. Could you
Yeah.
learn more about that?
I can. I mean, the reason that has come up is that now I think within the last year, they've made that drug over the counter. Previously, it used to be a prescription or limited to healthcare providers or first responders, and now it's an over the counter prescription. And so you can be, distributed in, a vending machine or something like that. And so it's a very safe. Fire chief probably knows more about it than I do, but it's a very safe drug. You can't really go wrong with it. I mean, somebody's not under the influence and you give it to them, it's not going to harm them. So yeah, I think we can find ways to do it.
So to me, another session.
It seems that the uses for this are fairly limited to opioid use disorder and surrounding treatments, which makes sense. Does that fall under the social worker we have at this department? Would that be an adequate source of funds to help continue that, staff member and partnership with CRA?
Well, we can do some research on it. There's a couple of other partners, in the city. Rosecrans, for example, I've met with them. They have a presence in Moline. I know the Moline director, we've met with them, and, both the fire chief and I probably can meet with them to look at, what, we're always exploring pilots for the fire chief, because, I passed off Robert Young to do clinical ride-along with ambulances. We could continue to try to leverage partners in Moline that provide those treatment programs and see, what can we do to get the folks the help they need at the point of crisis.
I was just wanting to hope that we can go out and find the partners where that makes sense. I also think if you look and say, hey, that settlement amount is not enough, get something really fast. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to us seeking out if a partnership with the county or just one or a group of neighbors. I mean, I know that makes it more complicated, but if a way of pooling that money might make something more effective for pushing it forward. And I'd love for us to do something with it. I know there are a lot of places we can use it to plug a hole in our budget, and there's a lot of valid uses things we're already doing. But I would love to see us bring settlement money to do something additional. It's kind of like
Here, I didn't catch how much was it.
Well, the total through next year, because we haven't spent any of it yet, will be about $85,000. And these are all needed. And so what we are looking for here, we did not allocate any expenditures. And I'm looking at council, do you want to just say that we'll come back to you, but we'll approve some budget authority so we can quickly do it once we excited to spend it on.
Mayor, I can, if you wanted, I can take this on with the fire chief and we can meet with somebody to have them maybe come and give you a presentation on what they could, do with that. I mean, I wasn't aware of it, so I'm sorry I'm not prepared for that.
No,
tonight.
yeah, I didn't know it was gonna come up in this way.
But, yeah, I don't think that would be difficult, similar to a payments agency's presentation that you accepted, you know, a month ago. I think we could have Rose Grants or Rick or somebody come in and tell us what the options are.
Yes.
Let's make a motion to approve the National Opioid Settlement Fund as.
That's Justinian, and I'll take Castro. This is the second this time. Discussion.
I'm just looking at the number, the 69 or the 85. That's because we already had past allocations were coming in, and then we have like 16,000 years going forward.
Oh, no, this actually just came to me like in the last 6 weeks that.
We've been talking about it a little bit.
And we're working on it, so we didn't even know that the amount.
So, because I was looking at I guess what's the next page.
Yeah, going forward, they're smaller now. What it is there's different.
Settlement is.
Yeah, there's like walls.
Right, so we get one large lump sum up front and then smaller payments.
And it depends on who they settle with. Walmart, it's kind of in the pharmacy, yeah.
City and the state.
Okay. Anything further? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, sorry, Ethan, any, yeah. That motion passes.
Okay, so now the next several items on your agenda, just. Hopefully people will look at, because we've talked about these attached with, special events. It's on pages of 248. Huge. And then what we've done here is in your handouts, we have also a copy of it on page 8, right here. We talked about this on the 24th. There's a federal for each of the next 3 years. All of these come before council individually, so you'll see them moving forward. And we do have this kind of unallocated, it's on the bottom on the yellow, within this particular fund. You'll see it ranges around $12,000 annually of things that haven't been to earmarks. So we're looking for a motion or answer any questions you might have, and then looking for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Finch, second by Schmidt. Discussion? Yes.
I just have a question regarding your on this. Has there been any movement on having an MOU with them?
The original MOU that provided to them, ended up in a circular file according to Jill. And, there is a new, sitting on my desk, correct? Just so it clarifies the relationship, because it's an ongoing $1,000 funded from the city. And, you know, as our costs go up, I mean, we're facing an increased cost with them in terms of police services that we didn't pay for all our offices. So you're aware of it. That diminishing return from the spend. True, yeah.
I am glad to see that there's room for new events to come online, because maybe at some point in the future, there will be discussion about when some of these, if some of these cease to get some of that funding, we open it up. But there's a little.
It's a good use for contingency, because that is always surprises you.
There you go, there you go. All right. All right, is there a motion to approve the special event fund as presented?
No, we already had it.
Oh, sorry, yeah, for in discussion. Oops. It's about time for a break. All right, so, if there's nothing further, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. How about we do the rental housing and then we take a 10-minute break?
And very housing, we talked about, I did several times. If you take a look, it's on your page,
78.
278. And at our last discussion, we had talked about working with CED and trying to fine tune the actual allocation of salaries where the rental housing children are spending their time. And so we went back and we looked at that, and as a result, we did reallocate some of those expenditures back into the general fund. So if you will see the transfer in highlighted in yellow, that is the decreased amount that will be needed for the general fund. So we're very close to breaking even. And the last time we saw that in 2025, for example, that number for the general was $78,000, and now it's down to 12. And just, it didn't impact the budget, it's just a matter of whether it can be expense. If your general fund or. Any questions on it? Please put it down.
Questions?
Does this include, I remember seeing and reading it on this kind of rolled in like the abandoned property program.
That's all we'll see. Biggest property, like, we all got is under.
Man, my thought was, the feet on the ground could be a really good way to find and enforce, because our current ordinance increases the feet every year, and that could help fill this $13,000 gap. If while we're in the neighborhood, I'm also gonna check to see if this is abandoned.
And like Bob kind of alluded to, that's really what's happening already, right? So the eyes and ears out there say, okay, what's going on with this property? Is it registered? Is it not? And then you're figuring out kind of is it vacant at that point, following it. So it's kind of already happening, but we would certainly appreciate the funding.
Otherwise, you continue to increase to it. Monthly rate, you can see clearly that every time we find somebody that hasn't registered, it's getting a little bit, it's just all of a sudden, hey, and the number keeps growing, and it'll continue to grow throughout the next year. Program out after a year or two, probably 3 years, probably gonna have them all. It's a matter of time catching them all. Some will fall off, some will stop with it. So how prices get the mouse and how they get charged.
Okay, anything further on this? Okay, we need a motion to approve rental housing fund as presented. Motion second by Lucius, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Okay. It is 9:33. Come back at 9:40 and continue with page 2. Started on our second page. We have all numbers back. So Ms. Barnes, we're number 10, the land bank.
Yep. So if you turn to page 381, and again, we talked about the land bank, earlier this summer, and the bottom line, what we're looking for from council is in the 25 years, that will be the final transfer in from ARPA for 42,364. So in 25, in the ARPA plan, that's allocated to the land bank. Going forward, then for the land bank, we would be looking at the general fund. That fund in order to make it good.
And what are the other communities doing to help them break?
They're,
I would say that.
oh yes, they're all.
That's right. Pretty paid for years, out of our.
Yeah.
You're funded. already paid in, like, paying gas, that's already. And so this is not going to use their apartment. Well,
We have the 2025 funds from our account going forward. And we just have it in budget, we can have it.
Are we getting our money first? Seth, where's
Chris, let me speak to this, because I think there's always a misunderstanding about what's going on. It was created and started back in 2022. You know, by 21, I mean, we were heading to the final stretch of the consultant to establish the land bank between the three cities. So we agreed to put it in place, you know, separate body politic, right? Fixed light, instead of form. So an operating board just sits on that board along with his counterpart from Long Island and his counterpart from Eastmore. I think it's all three directors sitting. You know, and then of course we house the land bank and provide space for it. Beginning. We're planning on continuing to do that. Each city is approaching it differently because each city's needs, though they appear to be the same, are somewhat different. So I think if Rock Island decided that they were going to just give up all of the real estate, multiple properties that they own, and they basically transferred ownership of those to the land bank, is that correct?
And they have a grant to do that. If you remember, they have a grant to support the cost of doing that. So those costs to the land bank for holding those will be paid by that grant.
So that's a good deal. We have not, we transferred two properties. We would suggest that there were two.
We had two we're talking about, and now we have, after our meeting last week, we have a list of like 6 more.
Yes, at least 6 properties.
And
That's better than what we've seen in this status and information reports.
what we will be doing, we won't be transferring those to the land bank until they find a user for them. We don't have grant money to cover those costs. We don't want to burden the land bank with a bunch of holding costs until they find. The point will be go out there, market them, find users for them, transfer them immediately when they have somebody to take them. Get them back on the tax rate.
Is there a certain number per year yet that we can project, like, this is a worthy investment on our end if we get X amount of properties in every year?
No, but I mean, right now, like I said, I've got a list of about 6 to 8 properties that the plan here is let's see how successful it is in 2025, and then you can see, okay, how many did we actually get back on the tax roll? What was that benefit or cost to the land bank, right? And you can also look at what you maybe as a city would have gotten those if you just sold them yourself. But it is staff time that we can transfer the land bank, have them try and, you know, get those back on the tax rolls.
True, and remember, I mean, when it was created, part of the principal purposes was to go after the foreclosure properties so that they didn't fall into worse condition and worse hands. Always. So that's one of the elements of this that we're working on. Chasing foreclosures. You have that money. Buy them. Courts.
Other comments, questions from the council? Yes.
I really would like to see some results in 2025. This is not a criticism of the community. Any program that's been into this 2020, we ought to actually see some results.
Well, it didn't start in 2020. They started talking about it.
It was a process that did not get approved. So it was actually fully implemented in 2024. And it's like up 2 years. I think it's coming up on 2 years.
I think we should see something concrete by the end of this year, or either we should have a discussion about what we're going to do in the future. I think we need to see something. It's not a criticism of the program or Gary, it's just.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of concerns for that.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so we do need a motion to approve the land bank fund as presented. Okay. Motion by Castro, second by Finch. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Up to Public Arts.
And then you talked about this one before as well. And it is on page 287. All along. And the public arts, the last discussion that we had is that we were going to maintain city contributions at a total of $75,000 annually. That's page 3. And that's a combination from the general fund and or from the CIP fund. That 2%.
Okay, that was built into the
Yes.
ordinance.
Qualified projects. And it was also discussed last time in September that the department would look out, public arts would look for grants to support anything above the year. So that is what we are showing here.
I think this is a perfect place for them, especially looking at our contingency, what's left. We've got money they could ask for from that, I think, to supplement 2025. I don't know how the council feels. I see heads nodding. Mr. Tisch.
I would even argue that this is an adequate use of some of the other expenses for visitors as well. We get extra money that does benefit. Just throwing it out, I'm not making it. There is extra money there, I think, if they were to come and request with contingency of canvas, that's good.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I agree. I think as we think about how we're spending on the contingency, what we're looking at going forward, I think we should actually ask the Public Art Commission to come back to us with, because they gave us their ask for the big 175. We're not going there. But I don't necessarily want us to go digging, because I was looking at it and saying, well, I think we should, no, I want them to come back and say, fine, you're only going to give us a little. Let them come back and tell us, this is our top next priority, this is like, and come back with 2 or 3, or even prioritize all of them and ask us what we're willing to come up to. Because then when we allocate an amount that's gonna cover our whole program. And $10,000, it's, that way we can align. I'd like us to just ask them to bring that back. Prioritize so that we can revisit it with.
Really, we also asked them to use grants. The deadlines for those grants are expired for this year, and so I think maybe in 2026 or 27, that's going to be more tenable, but in 25, I think the contingency, you know, on a case-by-case basis would be
I don't know, Mr. Mathias, can you tell us if after they've gotten themselves started, it took them a little while, we all understand that. But now it's almost as if they need a strategic plan, much like parks put together, et cetera. Do they have that going? Because if they did that, then they would have a better idea of, like, they could not have missed the grant application deadlines. I know our grant writer was taken up with massive, CFP related grant writing, et cetera. So I understand you can't do everything all at once, but are they in a place to be moving forward with a more strategic plan approach to getting this stuff done?
Well, we haven't thought about a strategic plan, I guess, because we do have the public art plan that's already in the books, right? And so I think the goal for us is let's try to implement the plan. We have projects actually called out in there. But I think in light of what I'm hearing today, and I think these are all good ideas, I do think they need probably, I don't know if I'd call it a strategic plan, but more like a FY25 work plan, FY26 work plan, which we've already, staffs, you've seen some of those spreadsheets that we put together to kind of forecast their money. So I think it's something as simple as having a timeline on that, potential projects for FY25, and then because we've been talking to Dave Harrell about these grants, and as Alderman Tinian said, they're not available right now. We're going to be working to see when they're available over the coming years. So I think you're right, Mayor. It's probably a plan of just how that's all going to fit together. I guess one question I would have is when would you want them? Because we are working now with the Leading Light project, and we have the contract in place to start that project. That project will come back to you when we get the final, the finalists selected, so you can see those. It's just such a massive project. But when would you like those other ones to come back to you for discussion on the contingency?
Certainly before our December amendments, right? So they can be included in the amended.
End of November.
Okay.
Suggest.
Well, I mean, it's really not an amendment, it's spending of the contingency from 24, so maybe we should be spending that before the end of 24. Or at least allowing it to them, or however you transfer.
And I think with what they've already built out, those prices, it should be easy. It's just saying, these are our top ones we'd like to request that funding on.
Right, it's an opportunity.
For well, this initial request, that's what we're going forward.
It's also an opportunity for this group to say, okay, we like this project more than these others, or we're all putting our time.
So you could do a budget hearing. Get your market, carry it over.
Oh, yeah.
So next school. That way, using a contingency in an element way.
Thank you. Mr. McCann.
So, and I expect that the grants would be in that work plan. I'm also expecting, since we heard that they missed the grants, that means there's probably few opportunities, right? For public art grants.
Was that just statewide grants, or we're talking about national, because there's stuff through U.S. Conference of Mayors and the arts-related stuff, there are other program agencies that you can apply for.
In our conversations with Mr. Harrell so far, we've identified one, but I don't think Dawn's completed her analysis yet of everything that could possibly be done.
Yeah, I think there's. Okay, yes, Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah, I would like us to change our budget allocation to return to the original model where we built this to function with a $75,000 commitment from the city and the CIP in addition. That is a relatively small amount of money in the budget. If you look at our CIP contribution, that 2% fee that's coming through. But when we set out to make this a part of our place making plan, that was always supposed to be an additional component. And we have made the motion in funding other priorities and making moves to say that we were instead going to pay ourselves back with that CIP. I think that is further hindering the work that our commission is able to do. And because it can make a huge difference in them maintaining, like I said, those smaller projects when we are moving on these big projects we want them to go after. It'll also reduce any ongoing reliance on contingencies for being able to do some of those smaller pieces. So I'm going to make a motion on that coming up. I just wanted to make that argument first in case nobody wanted to say.
Talk about being the track.
I would second that.
I make a motion to approve the our commission funds. Well, for now, yes.
Okay, second by Timian.
I make a motion to amend the.
Okay.
I make a motion to amend the public art plan so that it will be $75,000 base allocation for the city with the CIP funding in addition.
All right. Motion by Schmidt, seconded by Timian. Discussion. Mr. Platt.
So initially, that I think was discussed CIP projects that were downtown. I don't know if the geography was ever defined.
Yes.
It is very clearly.
The economic development projects were very clearly defined along certain corridors, right? But then the CIP was in general downtown, which we could,
Yeah, and I'm only referring to the second as technologies. And words that we are currently using instead of ourselves.
Any further discussion?
When I looked at the budget, and Carol, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think it was like $12,000 next year, 0 in 26, and 26,000 in 2027. So I think it's important to call those real numbers, like what that, because I said it was small, but those are the real numbers.
There's nothing further. All in favor of this amended motion?
Sorry.
Of the amendment. Sorry. Can I redo that, please, everyone? All in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? amendment passes, now we need a motion on the amended.
We'll break that.
We've done an amendment, we have to do the original.
I made the motion, then I added.
Yes.
So vote on the
Okay, yeah.
amended.
Vote on the amended motion. All right. So, is there any further discussion? All in favor of the amended motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Great. Well, brief review of ARPA allocation.
Yes, we have talked about this repeatedly. As you know, we have to have everything allocated to the federal government by the end of this year and spent by the end of 2026. The projects in front of you. We just need to know, again, because we have identified, we have two separate areas, restricted and non-restricted. We can still move those projects around ever so slightly. We have to pull them forward. If something ends up in a possibly for amount, we can still reallocate, but we have to have 100% committed in the categories, which we currently have. So, if you have any final changes, this will be our last, we are submitting our September report here, the end of October, and then we'll have another final one here in December. Right now, we've got 100% of the money allocated, and in 2025 coming up, we have approximately almost $4.8 million, and all departments are on it. Obviously, encouraging directors to get these projects as quickly as possible.
We have, or can we look at it, this can be there, it doesn't right now. How we're doing on the actual spending, I don't know if that makes sense more like end of year piece, or just that double check to make sure we're on track with what's allocated.
I can do that, and I know Macy and Mary were working on their report. And I don't remember if they released that or not, but it's kind of a snapshot of where we were at. So yes, we can.
I will say, the residents in the third ward around 30th Avenue, 14th through 16th Street, that is huge. The fact that road has been awful for so long, and they're very happy to see that it's going to be this coming year, correct?
Yes,
So-
so we're starting engineering on it.
Right. So I was just really pleased to see that we were able to do that. Yes.
If in anticipation, the traffic pattern will keep going all the way down. And so I heard from one of my residents, I'm right on the border, there's no stop sign. There's no construction on 30, so I didn't have a lot more people coming this way, so I guess just, and I did mention to, also, in the other, streets are probably being a bit more, lots of construction. So,
Time for a neighborhood meeting.
yeah, it means I have to check, it's right at the end of the.
Anything further, Ms. Marks? Nope. So you need a motion to approve the 2025 to 2026 ARPA allocation as presented. Schmidt, seconded by Finch. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 13, Special Capital Projects Fund and new funding sources.
And this is the same exact plan that you have seen in September. You can talk it through in detail. And if you have not had any changes from September, so have you any questions or?
Motion by Finch, seconded by Schmidt. Discussion? Just so we're clear, hopefully by January, we're gonna have that entire state report, so we will have a better idea of how these dollars. Expenditures that we might be looking
Yeah, the MK cascading, we're looking at November 1. I mean, that's the target date, but just to get it back out. We had about a month and a half, 2 months left to go. So we should interview things. We're waiting again. Still haven't seen the report from Sam Schwartz. The today.
No, we talked to them, yesterday morning, that they think they should have something by Thanksgiving. Jeez. They're doing modeling and
It better be worth it, better than saying yes. That we can have access.
I got the impression that they would, I got the impression that they thought it would be positive, but it's convincing the state that
It needs to be sellable to the state, the federal highway ministry.
we're not disagreeing.
That's holding up the purchase of the south property on Main Drive, and it's holding up the cascade.
And we told them that you were very eager to get it.
Yeah, I'm very patient.
I would never argue with that.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I mean, that's our reality though, is that the largest, correct me if I'm wrong, the largest things in this special projects fund are the riverfront downtown and the fire station.
Yeah, that would be gross.
And to that, I might just add that if we look at the current funding that's available, that I'm not sure it gets spent by the end of the current year. We've got $2 million right now. Over the next 2 years, and then an additional over $2.5 million. So we're supposed to $5 million for 27. But we don't have available in unallocated funds for the funds to do that.
They're on, I mean, they're not unallocated, but they're not.
Just drop down right. Identify the
Skate park is still there, very much part of the future plan, so there's been a lot of email traffic on that.
Anything further from the council? I need a motion. Or it's already on the floor, for any discussion. Okay. Anything further? Not all in favor? Any opposed? The motion passes. CIP and MFT.
yes, and we're basically gonna be focused on CI conversion, which we got to turn to a 151. Pretty well. On Tuesday night, we talked about, and I actually forgot to mention, in addition to home road sales tax, we also have interest income that is up. And we had some special capital CIP, as you know, we've been allocating money according to that PCI program, $1 million up to $3 million. Just the way the projects fell, there was a little extra money in the reconcile all the funds out. So right now, we have a total of $400,000 of additional money that we looked at for specific projects. And what administration is recommending for your consideration, the $300,000 will be made in CIP. I'm gonna let David talk about one of those projects that came out of the sky with our parking grant, so we could potentially allocate that. And then the second one would be to increase the parks allocation, transferring parks for projects from $300,000, it's been that over the last 5 years or 4 years. Increase that to $400,000, increase 100, which would come close to funding about half of their annual projects ongoing. It averages between 600 and 800,000. If we were to do that, and we'll have Eric talk about that when we get to the parks on the very next category, unless he wants to come down. But increasing the allocation for capital projects at 400 for parks would then allow to free up some of their operating money that they could pay for an additional $100,000 for the tree bank program. priorities. in the- There's 400,000 total. You can leave it in a contingency or you can allocate it towards project now. Any questions?
There are motions, we can discuss. Yeah.
Yeah, because, and you explained it that way, that it's going into parts for the tree bank. I'm not comfortable approving this until we talked about the tree bank. So I think if we just, I don't know, if we need to do parts first in that case, or if we can just do
If you
one.
address this now.
Yeah, so we completed our urban forestry management plan in the fall of 2023. And just following that plan and allocating the amount that what the plan is saying towards trees, significantly higher than what we budgeted for in 2023. Now, the previous couple of years, we budgeted quite a bit higher for ash tree removal, and we're pretty much done with that. But the biggest cost in there is tree plantings and tree taking care of trees. So we've applied for several grants this year, and 2024, there's a lot more funding out there for trees because of the Inflation Reduction Act. But all that federal money is getting pushed down to the states. So when we apply for Trees Forever, we can't let go of one arboretum because it's the same funding source, and so we get it from that, we can't get it from the other one. We've been fortunate to have a Moline receiving 3 grants this year, 3,000, 15, and 25. Typically, they're between the 3 and 10,000 dollars. We do have a grant that was presented to the city council a couple of months ago for $143,000 over a 3-year period. And that, if we get it, would be about $43,000 over each year. But typically, tree grants are not very large. So we're going to continue to apply for all those grants, but then they're very highly competitive. When we did the forestry manager position, they said it was a great application, but they said afterwards the most impactful thing to a community is planting trees. And they had $1.6 million, but they had $5 million. So that's why we kind of changed our tune. And, we won't know for a couple more months on that, but it's just a challenge. So just trying to get into that.
Yeah, 3 kind of questions all at once. So when we're doing this, it's what exactly are the activities? What are we accomplishing with that $100,000? And then what would be our minimum recommended that we should be spending on trees every year? And then what would be the maximum we should be spending on trees? Get some context and understanding, because I know we've been neglecting space.
Yes, so maximum, I don't think there is, just because, we could create a number of different programs, that have been discussed before, but that would be very challenging. Minimum is that additional 100,000 based off of the management plan. The only thing that is budgeted, in there that's not technically part of the management plan is stump removal. So this city for over 10+ years, they always remove trees in the right of way, but never remove the stumps. And so the plan does not talk about existing stuff, it talks about new stumps when trees are removed. So that is budgeted in there to continue to remove. We've done roughly 300 old stumps this year, which is more than we have in a decade. But there's still probably 1,000 or 2,000 out there that we're still working on. So that minimum is what we're budgeting for with the additional 100,000. And then, I'm sorry, what was your first one? I think I answered 2.
But just what's in the budget?
Yes, so 100,000 of it is buying new trees, planting trees, the operating supplies, and the staff cost to
take care of those, because you do have to water them, burn them, take care of them. Tree pruning is in there, tree removal, and, some education.
So is the expanded parks budget back from the very beginning of this meeting, right? Is this included in that?
Yes.
And so if council would decide not to fund it, we would decrease the revenue, transfer into parks, but then we would have to remove the debt and work 100,000 on the expenditure side for all the planning. I would say just talk about.
Tree bank.
Tree bank.
Yeah, okay.
I'm glad to see us move forward. I think trees can be a really hard thing to justify as a big budget number, but we know that there are so many effects that it has. To point back, I think for people is what it does for people by getting into the air, providing shade, helping all support into our community. So even though you took out a couple of my favorite sitting stoops in the removal process this year, knowing we've also had to neglect so many of our tree activities because we've been so focused on the ash or take that advantage and do what's required to keep what we have. Because I think if we give that up and we let it fall backwards, that's a problem.
Do we have guarantees that they're going into some of the low income neighborhoods where that have been neglected?
Yes,
Are we
absolutely.
prioritizing there or?
Yeah, so the majority of the grants that we have received go towards, the low water income, based off of the tree equity score that's in our forestry management plan.
The $143,000 grant that we wrote will actually plant 150 trees in each section. We broke the city into 3 different sections. And that's the way we're going to increase our
Tree canopy coverage, yeah, increase our efforts.
Do you have a pager that council members could have on those benefits to the community?
Yeah, we can make some,
That'd be
the
really-
benefits of planting trees essentially. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll create
some of
something.
us have engaged with that information somewhere, but I think we need it in the back of our mind as we justify
Sure.
the expenditure. Executive summary is the game.
It's all about that.
Yes, Ms. Martin.
So that will go a long way in to help support your strategic goals for the tree bank. Then the second is the other 300,000, and I would like, excuse me, David, if you wouldn't mind speaking about the parking ramps that we defined structural engineering report.
In 2020, we had $93,000 provided for conditioned grading of the door three parking ramp, the center station, Midtown and Heritage ramp. Their average age is 26 years old, so they're midlife. The quote from the consultant was, "The time for deferring maintenance has passed." And so they found and identified an assortment of work to deal with water infiltration, chloride infiltration into the concrete, roof issues, and then it's in the tune of $4 to $5 million worth of work. And the report's in draft stage, and we asked them to spread those costs over a larger time frame so we could attack those problems on a more digestible side. And they're going to do that, and then they're going to come in and give you a presentation. A good portion of the work is just roofs. The roofs are 25, 24 years old and are getting to the end of their life and need to be replaced. There's a lot of structural work, there's a lot of painting and some electrical work, but not as much. So it's a good thing to tackle. A new parking ramp cost per space is in the $70,000 range per space. Is what Shive is building with their customers of parking ramps today. But it just shows you the value of those structures. We have put a 500 to 800 spaces. I don't have the numbers here right off the top of my head, but mid-life, they need to be maintained, and if they're maintained, you can expect to get 50 to 60 years out of a parking deck. You have to think about it, there's not a single building that suffers the elements more than a parking deck with freezing, thawing, water penetration, salt being brought in by vehicles from the streets and things. They're under extreme conditions. It's important for us to maintain those. We've already done a number of work on Midtown ramp to replace the expansion joints that had failed. They started to drop concrete onto the parking deck below. So we tackled that. There was also some expansion joints vertically that we addressed as well. So with that, I will be quiet.
$5 million.
Yeah, so 300K is a dent in that, but what are we able to accomplish for that much?
Well, some years they've identified, one of the more expensive projects is actually laying down the membrane on the deck and covering it. That's to reduce water carrying salt deeper into the concrete. Once that salt hits the steel starts to rust, concrete starts to delaminate, and then you have to start hammering out concrete and patching. So we certainly can find work for the $300,000, but there will be years where we may need more. We will work with that, Carol.
Carol, we just talked about ARPA, but there's nothing there that we should have moved around.
Well, we just found out about this as well. We need
We still have time to move it if we need to.
and you should do that by the end of December.
I'm also wondering if the special projects fund needs to include some of this in some way, because it is downtown. And now with all of we already know there are significant parking conversations happening between Kirk and downtown merchants because of what the construction for the viaduct project next year. So I would imagine we're trying to maximize parking in ramps, right? I feel like this is what we just talked about when I got an update from Alex Elias and Bob about this conversation, is like making sure there's places for people to park so they can frequent the businesses down there. We're gonna need to use those ramps, right? So I guess I'm just brainstorming here.
And I'm thinking, David said, as soon as we can get Shiloh in here to get the actual report, and we can kind of see what the priority order is of needed projects as well as the fund. Yeah, we have the opportunity for the special capital projects fund, ARPA, and or to possibly rearrange our CIP. I'm thinking here to change it if we need to, just to knock out those highest priorities.
I'm asking this more so as a conceptual, contextual question more than a policy directive kind of question, so please take it that way. What would it cost to knock down a parking garage? Like, take it all the way down and replace it with just a parking lot?
Boy, I wouldn't have an idea what that would cost.
But we're only halfway through their useful life.
That's correct.
Yeah, right? You said 50 years. You wouldn't want to knock something down that's only halfway through.
Well, but that 45 acres of parking that exists today, including the ramps, right? And one of the comments that you'll hear from people in the planning world is that, we have a great disconnection throughout our downtown because we have large open parking spaces between blocks, right? And that creates opportunity to build on top of those lots and have parking below. But if they have to, I would never recommend having a sinking fund or a capital reserve fund. You treat it like an enterprise. When a private company in Chicago builds a parking garage, you pay $45 to park for 3 hours. Some of that is going to pay for maintenance, some of that's going to be replacement, some of that's going to be profit. So Same thing with our own. We don't treat ourselves. Like we do have a limited number of tenants, and the Heritage Garage is under contract with Samco, which owns the Heritage Building. So it's kind of a non-starter, not gonna tear that, right? Midtown Ramp is under contract with multiple users, including the post office with the contract for 20 years. So we're not gonna tear that. And the other garage, we're only part owners of, and that's with the Postman Metro. We have 2 upper floors, they have the lower floor. You know, it's kind of a condominium part of the garage. So
Sorry, Chief.
that's the first level.
So just weighed in from a public safety perspective, I don't know, maybe a month ago or so, we had a briefing about infrastructure. And so I'll just speak on, support of, my colleague, Mr. Dryer, and maintenance of public, parking garages. They are starting to collapse around the country, Florida, Ohio, New York, California, and the number one reason is delayed maintenance. And, while I'm sure that the fire department and the police department, you know, are capable of responding. I mean, those are just concrete structures that, you know, we don't necessarily have immediate ability to rescue people from. So, you know, I think it's also a public safety issue that we would throw our support behind for the things of the park.
Would you like to say something?
Yes, I got so many thoughts.
So,
This is not a Moline problem, this is a United States problem. We build big projects, walk away. And this costs over 25 years, it's 160,000 a year, with inflation, maybe that is start to save 50,000 a year for this kind of thing, because all things fail, whether it's roads or parking lots. I think we need to seriously revisit how we approach parking. At the minimum, it needs to replace capital, the capital costs. At a maximum, it needs to include maintenance, snow plow, all sorts of things. And I think we will find that we are losing billions of dollars a year in our parking lots. And this same thing should be for our roads as well, but if we just look at parking, we are giving this away, and the taxpayer is funding this $5 million incentive. And I'm personally of the opinion that we should sell these lots and have someone else, have private industry fix it, so that the taxpayers and the people that use it are paying for it. And that's just how it works. I don't think that's a popular opinion, but it shouldn't be everyone's burden to fix these lots that very few people. And I don't know what the public benefit is, and we are overparked downtown already. And to the point, they're crumbling. They are, it's such a huge waste of time.
I think at a bare minimum, because this administration has repeatedly talked about not wanting to accept deferred maintenance if we can help it, that we have to be much more conscious of making sure the money is there every year. And it sounds like the consultants you are talking about are coming to us with that financial plan as well as what needs to get done, correct? So, I mean, if the staff's recommendation is 300K that gets used to start on these projects, I can understand that, but I do agree with Mr. Timian that there has to be a more sustainable model. You mentioned at the start of the meeting today that sustainable solutions was also a principle that this council wants to see. I think we have to have some serious conversation about what is truly sustainable.
I agree and understand and know that we need to step into these projects, we need to get to work. Thinking of how we set more money aside and ensuring, right, that we have projected costs, we have an idea next to this $5 million and when that's coming. So when's the next $1 million and how much of that can be maybe put aside or start to think that way about our parking lots or any infrastructure. I do agree with Mr. Timian and we should bring forward and discuss how is this working from a holistic standpoint, where we look for things that opportunities for reduction, addition, sales, those things make sense. However, am not interested in turning over to what reads as a laissez-faire approach to just saying, if you want to put your car here, you're gonna pay. I think that causes an exclusion of people who can't afford it. And it also puts our businesses in a position where they can't get the kind of turnover, the kind of people they need coming downtown. I think we need to identify where we can maybe say, yes, that's where we put a higher cost or some obstacles in place. But overall, I think that the reason we pay for our parking and we provide that infrastructure is an economic incentive for our businesses to stay there as a place-making incentive to keep our residents here. So I don't think we can go to a place where we're ever going to fully pay for the taxpayers incentive, because the taxpayers are reaping benefits from that parking. That's important to pull out. The last question I had for David was, that $5 million, over how many years is that expected?
They initially did 5 years. And just spread it out. Some of the things, while it would be great to all get done, don't need to be done.
And that certainly makes 300,000 being only earmarked right now feel a little more palatable. Yeah. But
at the risk of belaboring a point, but given that we have the time to talk about this, I'm gonna challenge Mr. Schmidt on something he had said. If you truly thought that we shouldn't charge for parking as a benefit to our community, you would not be okay with charging fees for all the other infrastructure that we provide. We do that because we have them as funds, that enterprise funds that are meant to fund themselves. And I believe that's what Mr. Timian is suggesting, is that in some ways we created an enterprise fund to take care of our parking spaces. So I just put that out there because I don't mean to extend an argument, but we gotta see both sides of this. I don't think there are enough of our people that live in Moline that are using those parking spaces every day. People come there to work, less to shop, more to work and to visit, and those are out of town people. So when it comes to the tax burden on our people, charging for parking makes more sense because it's much more, it's gonna impact people from out of our community than those in our community. So I just offer that as a challenge to your thoughts today. Mr. Schmidt.
I'm not suggesting we shouldn't charge for any parking at all. And I was speaking not only about the parking garages, but about parking in general in the downtown area. As we brought up. Because that's what Mr. Timian went from. He talked about parking overall, and that's what I spoke to, was parking overall. I think as we look at parking overall downtown, we have to maintain a balance. I'm not saying we shouldn't charge in situations. I'm simply saying that we should recoup the cost of every single spot does not make sense from an economic incentive standpoint or from serving our residents standpoint. The garages, maybe it does. I'm not closing any door. It's simply looking at that path as a balance and understanding it's not just about a lost cost.
Where are we at with this particular issue now for 2025 budget? Thinking the council sounds like they're okay with this recommendation. The 300K goes to that particular project. You have it listed as CIP. Unallocated CIP, but the idea is that it is for the parking structures. Correct?
Not specific.
It was not specific, but that is what we're assuming you're okay with. You could make it more specific. I just I want it specific enough and personally so that we don't lose track of this particular need, right? That is a big bill to lose track of.
And then not to complicate this, it's just as we get the Shire report and we find out the priorities we need to be spent, Lori just looked up, currently on our parking leases, we bring in about $160,000 a year. It goes into the general fund, so it impacts. But we could potentially mix and match the $300,000 here in the CIP fund with the existing parking leases Bob mentioned. And that would give us And then that's supposed to happen. But we have to make sure that the general fund, it's sustainable right now, and ongoing.
Right, because right now that 160 is going to be the general.
But once we get that report from the county, I think it could come back and look at all these alternatives with the annual amount that we need. And we've got some options here with funding.
With that, this is not the right discussion, but as we're talking about this a little bit, when we look at the amount that we charge for these spaces, ground lease, garages, everything, it should do replacement costs and maintenance and occupancy rate, because a lot of these are not fully occupied.
Some of them are.
Right, and so this needs to, I think, and if we were to create funds specifically for maintaining the lots that we have, that are funded by the lease of the lots that we have, I think it would go a long way in helping us recognize what the need actually is and what a future plan might be, including liquidating.
I think this brings up a point, that when you get to May and the new strategic plan, this has to be a major topic of discussion for inclusion or. So. Are we ready?
Make a motion to approve the capital improvement projects in MFT fund as presented.
Motion by Schmidt, seconded by Macias.
Make a motion to allocate the $300,000 that is currently unallocated for a parking with improvements.
I'm sorry, did you say make a motion versus I am amending the motion?
Motion to
Motion to amend, seconded by Macias as well. Any discussion on that? All right, motion to amend, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Now a motion to approve as amended. Go back to that. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes.
Thank you, Linda. And the next item on the agenda is parks. And since we have talked now about that transfer, the budget that was in front of you for parks, that is administration's recommendation. We talked about this ever so briefly in the talked about it on Tuesday night. And if you take a look at the bottom column there in 2024, you will see their fund balance right now is projected to end the year at about 17%. And then that would be the change orders that we already on for pool enhancements on construction orders. The budget as proposed in 25 with that additional transfer in of the 400 or the 100,000. In addition to all their charges for services and projects, brings that balance back up into the 23% range. That holds steady through 26, and then it drops again down in 2020 based on some additional capital projects that being funded but they're right on track and right within policy. And they will include that 100,000 in operating expenditures for the community. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, hearing none, we need a motion on the floor.
Motion to approve park and capital Sterling's.
Motion by Finch, seconded by Macias. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 16, the line. Library.
And the next one is the library. And as we mentioned on Tuesday night, everything at the library is going great. You can see their fund balance on the bottom line. stays within policy each and every one of those years. The highlights include, being able to also pay for the almost $1.5 million for the garden that's going to be open. And it also includes that mobile vehicle over the next 2 years for $220,000. So it will be done.
There, I have a question about that. I hate to ask it, but is that a grant funded option?
It's certainly something that we can look at. There have been some local community foundations that have kind of indicated that they might be willing to support something like that. So, we're gonna look at that for sure. It certainly wouldn't be enough to fund the entire cost of that.
It's your, you know.
It starts at grade 1.
It's similar to what Rock Island has, and can we ask them how they funded?
It's a little bit different than what Rock Island has. Rock Island has a little bit more of a traditional bookmobile where you can go in and check out books. This is gonna be more, I think the hope is that this is gonna be more like what the Davenport. It's more of an outreach. It's more of a van and actually bigger. It's something that, is capable of providing not only, books and materials, but you can do programs out of it. We provide technology services out of it. We register future library cards or municipal ID cards. A little bit smaller.
I see you've included the Sunday hours in your description, which means you think it's still worth it to fund that all the time.
Yeah, Sunday hours, we get regular, compliments from our patrons on having Sunday hours. Since we started them, they've been remarkably consistent as far as numbers go. We average about 150 to 175 patrons on a typical Sunday.
I just, for a history point, the first time that the city did this mobile outreach, it was primarily for the elderly, and that was in the early 80s. And my mom was the one who actually did it. So there's precedent for it. She did start the program. She worked at the old building. But I think from a social point of view, when we get into people's homes and if someone needs assistance, this might be the first person that sees a need and can maybe even make it easier for them. So I think that it is more the library is also a quasi-social worker without any accreditation, but it's the second set of eyes. I think there's a benefit to our residents for a lot of reasons, especially if you're talking about.
Has there been any thought in your, salaries and benefits discussion about a social worker in the library like Davenport?
We've had talks and there are certainly needs for that, but not nearly a full-time position. Something that would be nice to be called upon, from time to time for certain instances or cases, but at this point, we're not at that point where that goes on.
Anything further from the council? The library budget?
The group library fund as presented.
Second. Motion by Schmidt, seconded by Kent. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Page 3.
You can take a look at Moline. Well, so, here's what it says. In 27. Very good. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry, we just need that, so let's do it. So, we here talk about the total number of employees within the city, and for 2025, we have 417 full-time authorized positions. When we did a snapshot, back in August, the end of August, when we left, we currently, at that point, had 19 vacancies and 398 current employees on the books, but we're currently at 417 in the next year. So if we go to the next page, you can kind of see how that's changed from 22 to 25. This is the number that I talked about the other night. It's at the bottom of the row, we're at 395, we're at 417 now. That's a total of 22 positions, and you can kind of see by department where that falls. But there was a lot of need back in 2022, so those positions were greatly needed to maintain each one of the departments. Then moving on to the next one, as you heard us say in our PowerPoint last Tuesday, the 2025 budget does not recommend any new full-time positions. And when we took a look at this, what we were wanting to do was having hire 22 positions, kind of take a year, not necessarily off, but we wanted to have it stabilize, to stabilize the workforce. However, there does continue to be ongoing staffing needs, especially identified in fire and public works. The 2025 budget recommends temporarily backfilling those needs with overtime, which will allow us to have some further discussions. So if you take a look in the notes that are presented there, you'll see administrative recommendation. And for fire, what we like to do is to accept the chief's, it's a short-term recommendation, which is attached on the next page. There's a note from the fire chief. Accept his short-term recommendation to create an 8-hour power shift operating 8 to 4 p.m. funded through overtime for 2025. And that's about $220,000, and we have that in the budget. That being said, we would like to have the chief come back and make a presentation in front of the council prior to applying for that second round of that state agreement. And that is going to be due, I think you said April 1st of the year.
Probably.
And during those presentations, we would like the chief to talk more about the long-term staffing solutions. And I know that an email went out to everyone, and it's also included in your handout for a more long-term solution for fire. But for now in the budget, we've got the overtime funded for the one shift of for a power shift, and then we look for more long-term. And then on the public works side, the admin recommendation was to fund labor again to maintain the one-stop shop that is Bethany Health acquisition for overtime for new custodial person. And what we like again is with all the movements of departments, there's going to be a little shuffle here to fill one-stop shop. Actually evaluate what is that impact in that custodial. So right now, there's overtime. We're going to have big come back in for maybe mid-year council and then make changes as we did. So that's within the budget, and with that, I can let Bob and or the fire chief or Edward talk a little bit more, but that's what we have.
Yeah, I'll open it up real quick. There's really not much to say with respect to the study. We're gonna just have to play that out and see how that works. Everybody's just gonna have to take good care of their surroundings, right? And they do. Studies will tell you very respectful of facilities and cleaning. It's not that difficult. As far as fire goes, I mean that's the gorilla in the room, because if you go back to and ask Carol and Lori to put together kind of a real quick snapshot of how we got, because in my conversation on the regular currency, he mentioned 15 years is probably the building, well, that's an accurate statement. Go back to this sheet, which kind of shows the staffing levels. We were at a staffing level of about 72, 71 for a decade, longer than a decade. Now, things were different back then before the housing bubble bust. Like many cities across the country faced with financial problems, big issues with pensions, because that was the unveiling of that problem as well, which kind of changed the whole pension world. There was a significant reduction in the number of firefighters, which has never changed. It's always been the same. We are still working with the deficit. We've worked with the deficit. We've also seen a rise or increase, an ongoing increase in terms of calls for service. Could be related to changes in state law. It could be related to just an aging population. It could be related to people saying, hey, I want to be first in line at the hospital, so if I take the ambulance, I don't have to sit in the lobby and wait. There's a lot of that going on too, so you know. And that's it. It's just a problem everywhere. That's just not all, right? So we have to have a plan to come out of this with a way to, one, preserve our workforce. I do have, I can share the chief's concerns about us bending over backwards to get people on board, and then those same people not wanting to work to the extreme levels they have to. They're paid the same money to go work your dad. Right? And not, it's all privatized. Right? So we're challenged with becoming a training ground, which is concerning. We hire the best, and we do a good job of retaining this younger workforce differently. I have a different attitude about how they envision. And so our situation is we know that we are at 66, 67. Calls for service have gone up and will continue to rise. So how do we get back to that position 6 that would provide for that ambulance? That's really the issue. This was this solution this summer. I mean, there's no data. Just home here, unfortunately, but it's part of email actually. This was kind of like the happy place to get to. Is how do we solve for this? At that time, when we wrote this, or when Steve wrote this, we had high hopes we might get to save it. Well, Davenport, what, for 3 years before they finally got it. 5 years. That's a long wait. And I would say that this 9,000 is going to probably grow to 11,000 by then. The rate will move. It's going to exasperate the department. So it's a great department, great equipment, but it's short of personnel. And we made a commitment there would be no new personnel. We have a flat operating budget, no new personnel. But this is what we have to contend with now. So do we go through and just follow the plan recommendation based on what we were talking about this summer? Or do we alternatively look at doing something halfway between? That's one of the things Chief and I talked about too. Do we do the overtime to 3? The ideal is the 6, but getting to the 6 would be significant. Keep in mind too that a lot of revenue is generated per call that comes back in through insurance companies, through Medicaid, not Medicare yet. It's coming. I mentioned
You're doing a good
department. I love the firefighters, and pretty obvious all employees, but these guys really, it's a tough job. Fire or ambulance at all. And they're essential. This is essential services.
So, sensitive, clearly sensitive to not wanting to burn out our staff, et cetera. Even if we approve in some fashion and we come up with a way to get to 6 to meet the need, how do we stem the tide of people leaving? If they can always go do something, do less for the same amount of money and better.
Question. I think that what I hear from our staff is the addition of a third ambulance would help them out a lot. They love Moline, they love working here. The employees are great, but, as Bob said, this is a problem that has been going on for probably longer than 15 years. I've been off the ambulance for closer to 20. I know when I was on the ambulance, the talk then was we need a third ambulance. And I think some individuals are just getting wore out of hearing the same narrative year after year. And it's getting more difficult to keep moving.
When we, and I don't know, everything we're talking about how we figure this out on our staff, but as we think about the ambulance calls, when there is either a mutual aid response, is that having an increased cost then to our residents, people who are getting a different ambulance coming, or is that cost going to be relatively similar? I mean, I don't know if like, I think the surcharge for being out.
That's a good question. It depends on the service that comes here. If Rock Island comes over here, our citizens are gonna pay Rock Island's probably, non-resident fee. I don't know what that is, off the top of my head. If the Arsenal comes in, they're not gonna pay anything. You know, an entity that doesn't charge for ambulance service, so, benefit, I guess, in that manner.
That seems very random.
That's a
You
total.
know what I mean? Like some people benefit from one person, one group coming, and some people have to pay. And that's not equitable at all.
I agree with that.
Just pointing out the obvious.
So I hope that answers your question.
So really, you're saying you want us to adopt this, but you want to come back with an amendment of some sort? I guess I just worry of like, what does it mean to our bottom line? What taxes we're levying? Or can we stick within your recommendations and adjust things so that it works out? Here's what we're levying those.
Well, then we didn't find out that we did not get that safety grant until just a couple of.
October something, I can.
October 1st.
And so because of that, then we realized instead of having grant money to help support this, either we're gonna have to take a little bit of time to regroup and come up with some alternatives for council's consideration, which we felt we needed like into the next year to put that together with alternative sources. But as we adopt the current budget, if the council wanting to do something a little bit quicker, just because you know that is coming, I mean, property taxes is the main one source that is out there for consideration. The other one, and again, we need time to put this together with the chief and Bob.
The idea of the policy.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, we just have to take care of the hygiene stuff.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it okay if you just change the numbers? Yeah.
Nobody wants anything, the last chance goes on.
But we've got a couple of alternatives that we've already kind of talked about.
The idea of my recommended power shift was to run Monday through Friday, excluding holidays, through the use of voluntary overtime. And I was hoping that we would be able to fill that overtime often enough to provide adequate data that would show how much additional revenue we can bring in, that would hopefully help support the salaries and benefits of the.
I see, the revenue and helping support.
Yes.
Yeah, one offset.
We're also waiting for the addition of GEMT currently, is a federally funded program to help reimburse some of the revenue that we use through Medicaid. They're looking at expanding that to Medicare as well. It's not finalized yet, but it's a pretty good chance that's gonna happen, which would also help us, supplement some of that cost revenue. So really, the scholarship is just a game program, trying to justify high rates.
Would this also include added equipment costs?
No, because we bought three, so we have three. We did not, turn over all of our old ones, we got one in reserve in case we need it.
I like a backup.
Yes,
Just in
yeah,
case.
no, we planned that in.
Also just like to, remind everybody that in July of 2025, the state made emergency service support act, Chief Act, and the fire chief and I, along with our dispatch center, are working, on some protocols which will, in some cases, require the fire department to go first without police. We think that it'll be somewhat neutral in, some of the police will take some calls off the fire and vice versa. But we've talked offline a little bit about this, is if, you get into that and see what the data shows, this is a new state law. We really just don't know how it's gonna play out. And so I think that would help us collaborate too on how is the new mental health restrictions, prohibitions for police going to some calls, how's that gonna affect the fire department?
I'm keeping the coffee.
My question is, pertaining to the in some areas. What's the comparison of like benefits to the employee? Are we very competitive, or I would expect privatization, they try to save costs, right? I don't know if you have people that have gone, maybe came back or anything like that, or what have you heard?
Gone to a private organization from leaving here.
Yeah.
I don't believe we've had that happen at all. We're usually taking from the private organization to come here. We offer higher wages, better benefits, better working conditions, typically when they're not working 48/24s as opposed to the 24/48s. No, I haven't seen that happen. They're usually going to another municipal fire department.
So we're really making a much better career opportunity.
Yes.
Than many of them.
Well, and also the argument against privatization of, say, the EMT would also be, we can control the quality of care that our residents receive when they're our employees, and we're making sure they're treated.
That's correct. Probably, I believe, right around 2012, we went through this.
Yeah.
Tried to privatize the ambulance here. Obviously didn't go through. The ambulance services in general are struggling as well. And I know Genesis is having trouble covering their community that they're supposed to provide coverage for, so that would be difficult.
We moved forward with approving the 6 additional positions. What's a realistic timeframe for having those filled? Because that's also gonna be a budget impact, and then it'd be difficult to fill it.
I think they would probably be filled by January 1st, actually. We're currently doing 8 background checks because I have 3 retirements coming up. And then the bread of 3 who I know have background checks being done by another department apparently. We felt that, between me and myself, we felt it was better to get ahead of that while we're good. So we have background checks being done. We could get them on board fairly quickly. I think all but one that is being done currently are either in EMT basic class or have a EMT basic license already. So there's an education there that would not have to take place. They would have to go to paramedic school, which would be a significant amount of time. But as EMT basics, they can staff that already. The state has already approved us to do in-field upgrades, which if it was an EMT basic ran ambulance when they get on scene, if they decided that it was a ALS call or a need for a paramedic, we could take one of our paramedics off the engine and put it on the ambulance, and it automatically makes it an ALS ambulance. So we've been approved on that. We've really done a lot of legwork already in preparation for it, so I think we'd be prepared for that. We have 10 individuals in paramedics right now, so probably the end of May, we're gonna get 10 paramedics as long as that'll pass.
This is a question I just popped in. When we send people to paramedic school, they have to sign a 10-year agreement.
Yes.
So that we don't lose that investment.
Yeah, Lee can speak up.
Sure, so it's a 3-year repayment agreement.
Okay.
So if they leave within 3 years, then it's prorated.
Is there any downside to increasing the staffing besides the cost?
It's the money.
And then obviously we're.
It's strictly the cost.
So what you're saying is there's a way for us to wait on the money, the cost, to a degree, while you data dive, right, or collect data, et cetera. And there's also a way for us to move forward with enough new people but in the same time period. It's just, I guess I'm trying to figure out, like,
Yeah,
I know you have these people coming, and we're gonna have that cost anyway. Where's it coming from?
We don't have that coming. The 10 paramedics that I was talking
They're all
about, we
part
already
of the
hired them.
66.
We hired them almost a year ago as
Yeah.
non-licensed individuals when we changed that, the hiring requirements. So but that's how long it has taken to get those individuals through. Unfortunately, it is a program that worked, right? Because when I took over as chief, we were 13 firefighters short. Staff, but that's what we had to do to get the bodies in the door.
Okay, so, but what you're saying is, if I'm trying to interpret your letter and what we're hearing and discussing today, you're okay with the plan as presented, except if there's other monies that we're trying to set aside, like you mentioned, the fire station, et cetera, right? You'd prefer that we then put those toward these, the 3 more firefighters to get to 6? Is that what all this communication is? I'm trying to parse out what you're really okay with, what's really, where we need to go right now versus where we need to go after you data take.
Let me jump back. I mean, we have 66 full FTEs in the fire. 67. The numbers of people he's referring to in paramedic school and the FTEs are part of that 67.
Yes.
The 67 would need to go up by 73, which was it right back where it was was that before?
It's never been there. But
Highest was 72. 72 was the highest. No, it brings us back to a level from the turn of the last century, basically, to say that. And it's going to be a recurring cost. It doesn't go away. Once you put it there, it's there. It's going to be built in like any other part of the 417 full-time equivalents now going up by those 6 people. That's going to be up 422. With all the other costs go with it, and it's pensions. So that's the big, that's always where you get everything else is in the pensions. Fire station project should only happen if it's planned to happen in accordance with our debt program. Because as we bring our debt down, it's going to create a window to keep our debt up. We want to have kind of level debt spending that's always kind of a bull in government. You don't have big spikes that go up and down like we saw with our utility rates. So as that debt falls off, we're building and ramping up toward the design of the fire station so that when that debt falls off, we incur new debt at basically that level, we keep it level, and we move on. But that's like a one-time. That's going to be over 20 years. That's going to be a general obligation debt for 20 years. So that cost is recurring and will continue to go up. And then at the same total, we'll be building stations, 2 separate paths that we're looking at. That's why we made the metal single to separate those 2 issues and build them by.
And so currently there is 212,000 allocated in the budget.
Yes.
That we're the power shift scenario. Right. The numbers that come from the memo, she says this week, those are total costs. So The difference for me is to do that less.
They were already built. Well, then, so it's 12 minus whatever she put in the latest. Sorry, I have to get back to this.
This is a problem that we were told about. I mean, this was one of the first things that Snyder discussed with us, that we are heading toward this tipping point. It's been a conversation. And given that we are hearing about the staffing problem, okay, I feel like what I'm faced with is a staff of 73 or 60. Like, I think I'm very concerned that if we do not take action, this feels like the last staffing problem we have not addressed in the last.
It's the last major one.
Of course.
It is, there's no other.
And this is not a vacancy too, that like, if we blow a hole in the fire department. I mean, there are other departments we can't, no offense, Denver, if we can't get as many crews out on the roads, I mean, that causes some problems, but not the same way that the whole other fire department does. And I'm inclined to look at that increase. I mean, the 3 FTEs with the overtime, that doesn't make sense cost wise. So I understand the point on the long term pensions. That they were in some benefit, but
You're gonna pay somewhere down the road.
yeah, I'm very not.
That's right. I just have a question, Chief. You said that there were 3 firefighters that are getting ready to retire.
2 have announced it, there's rumor that a third is okay.
So is that like coming up here really soon or within the next, like how many months?
One is done in 4 days,
Okay.
and Deputy Chief Noy has announced his retirement for January 17th.
So I'm just wondering if the reduction in their salaries will make up for any of the new ones that I mean, because there'll be some cost savings because they're obviously getting paid a lot more or they're a lot of.
There will be a little bit, you're correct, there will be a little bit, but I will have to promote someone to that.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, Mr.
I am inclined to go with the option. You have an aged population, which will require more ambulance services. This is just a reality of the United States. The baby boomer population is requiring more work. And this might not be a permanent need, but I think for the next 20 years.
Not this.
Okay. So this is a reality. I think we need to address this in a way that is fiscally responsible and forward thinking without creating burnout. Burnout is a huge problem and it's been there forever. My concern is how this impacts the Central Fire Station project. And I think as long as we can move forward and find a way to do that. I have created ways to fill this budget situation, but you're not ready yet. But I love that sort of plan.
Get a chassis plan.
But I think it needs to be by the right way. And of course, with bigger data, we can tweak it.
Does our labor agreements stop us or prevent us from using like coordinated services? I mean, we have like 3 or 4 cities around here with paramedics. I mean, everybody's not on the call at the same time. So any way we could coordinate services like you do with a major fire, where you could call in another ambulance from another city to fill a call?
We do that already. We have mutual aid agreements with all the surrounding communities.
So you're already doing that?
We're already doing that. Yeah, I do have.
But that's where that inequity comes, right? If it's the personnel people aren't paying, if it's another city, they are paying that city.
And I have stated in my investment papers here, but showing the number of times we've had multiple calls going on. I mean, I think some of the data shows that at noon every day of the week, we've had 2 calls. I mean, so there's 2. We've had 2 or 3 occasions just this year alone where we've had 6 calls going on at the same time, which means there's probably half of those are our citizens not receiving any care other than an engine company, city not seeing them until maintenance gets freed up, because we get refused mutual aid all the time too, because Rock Island goes through the same problem. You know, they have the same increased call volume that we have, so if they don't have an ambulance available, one of our citizens is sitting here waiting for an ambulance to get there to take them to the hospital.
It's what, honestly, I hate to say it, but it's what makes me think like those expanded budgets for parks and library. That's the only place that I've been able to be thinking, well, that money maybe should be over here in personnel.
You asked a question about opioids earlier, and like Chief Galt, I don't have the actual statistics with me, but that is a driving force of the increased phone.
Is it really?
Oh, yeah. Aging population, baby boomers, mental health and substance abuse. And, and lack of preventative care, which part of our strategic plan, our own goals of the fire department is to improve on our mobile health care when we go into the homes and hopefully by addressing needs in the home that will prevent them from calling. That is a new program throughout the state and the nation, so I can't say that we have it perfected yet, but we're working on
it. One of the things that the chief and I have talked about as well as Bob, and this is not trying to complicate the issue, but when we were looking at the data to driving this potential increase in staffing, trying to look at alternative revenue sources. So I already threw out the property taxes and it's not really in the plan. Another alternative, and I'm just throwing this out.
We appreciate your alternatives, especially in that.
I'm just throwing it out. As you know, we have set already $2 million aside for the design of the central fire station. And having talked with Bob and the chief, he said if we had a priority of what's more important would be the firefighters or the fire station, which of course we all know the fire station needs it. If we were to defer that station even 1 year down the road, take the $2 million to fill the staffing right now, that would give us 4 years to work it gradually into the budget. But I don't have exact numbers. Gradually work that into the budget so we're fully funded in year 4 and 5, pay for the 6 firefighters.
Hopefully get growth that we
Yes.
experience in the city.
Yes.
As you see the impact it's having, it's generating
So
revenue that we're not taking advantage of. Cool.
And it could even be, if revenues come forward, maybe as the years come closer, we don't even have to defer the construction of the fire station. But we would probably want to assume that going in, we push back at least a year and give us one time, but that's.
I appreciate that. I mean, I don't know where I was recently where the conversation was, you can't ever make a big change just all at once and have it be effective. You have to take small bites at it. And that's always been your approach. And I appreciate that because it keeps us in a much more stable and sustainable situation. I personally like that idea, especially when it's coming from those most impacted. And we get to continue to prioritize safety and welfare for our residents, which I've mentioned is the call to duty for especially mayor, but also.
And then, it could happen immediately because that.
Yeah. Mr. Smith.
I have no problem going into that money we set for the fire station, saying we need to move it back here, or a portion of it, or how that needs to go. Though I think it's important to remember too that that money is there to reduce the amount we're going to have to bond for. So if we say to ourselves, we're bringing back $400,000 of that, we can keep that in a bond. It might increase some of those longer term costs, but I don't think we have to make trade-offs, but I don't think it has to be all the way to the way. And the other piece of it is we do have a little wiggle room. Our fund balance is on the higher end where it is. We can choose to prioritize, let that drop down, and well, that's arguing ourselves for later, but I'm really living with that.
We can finesse the dollars.
So I think that from the dollar standpoint, we need to be mindful and looking at all those alternatives and how we can draw, because there's a reason we're finding that bond so much. But we do have some of that available funding.
the question is, do we,
Time to decide all this out.
Right.
Caroline's.
the question is then, do you need a motion on this right now as presented? I mean, Mr. Tinian mentioned that he was comfortable with that, but it sounds like you have alternatives to share with us. So, I mean, we know that this particular recommendation keeps us in a balanced budget situation. So we could move forward with that, knowing that you're coming back with another option for us prior to budget adoption. And the goal being to fund what we need to fund without impacting your recommendation on the levy.
That's correct.
Yes.
That was direction, I think. Thank you.
Right, so we would need a motion to approve personnel as presented, knowing that you're coming back with other options before budget adoption. Is there a motion for that?
Motion to approve personnel as presented.
There's a second? Second by Macias. Conversation. Judy.
Well, I'm 100% in agreement with that, actually. I think we should all have either an amendment or we need a second directive. I don't want to leave it as just as presented. So I don't think that's where we're at. We should go about that, I guess. So should I just make a motion to amend it?
Yeah, the motion was as presented, you should.
I make a motion to amend to call for hiring the 6 full-time equivalents in the fire department and for staff to provide a recommendation of how best to address that on the.
Schmidt, seconded by Finch. Conversation on the. Hearing none, all in favor of that amendment? Any opposed? The amendment passes, so we're back to the motion as amended. Conversation there. Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? All right. Amended motion passes. We look forward to those.
Bring it back financial plan.
Yes.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the general fund.
Page 114, start.
And we had some discussions on this already. So the first one here, these are the numbers that we talked about last Tuesday. And if you take a look at the very bottom row, it shows that ending fund balance of the percentage of expenditures that we already put in the fund balance policy. We had about 24.5% across the board for each of those 3 years. One thing that we did do, because during that discussion, another one of these items that kind of caught us off guard was this 1% grocery tax that's coming forward. So together, it's in your handout, so page 14. Just kind of a snapshot, everything's going to be the same. And then we don't know the total revenue, but we are projecting it in the $1 million range. What would that impact be on the general fund in 2026 and 2027? On the handouts, it's highlighted in yellow. It's on page 14 in the handouts. If we take out $1 million for 26 and then an additional $1 million in 27, that net impact right now is dropping about 2% a year, and it gets down into the 20% range by the end of 2027. So as we're preparing a recommendation with the firefighters, which is also part of the general fund, if we're pulling down that revenue and then also trying to fund 6 firefighters, that will be part of our discussion as well. But the bottom line I talked about was recommending addressing this grocery tax, at a later point, coming more towards the summer. We're hoping we can get more information from the state. But just so you know, on your radar, if you want to maintain that 1% tax, you do have to adopt the ordinance and certify it to the state no later than October 1, 2025. So we've got just about a year to get that done. But that's just the impact. Before you get them.
Right, so you don't wanna maintain it, you have to find $1 million to cut.
Right.
Cut or a new revenue source, either way.
Or, yeah.
One of them. Because it's not, yeah, every year, because it's not sustainable to be drawing it down 2%.
I appreciate your putting it together. I'm very glad the numbers, math I did very close to what came to the real ones. So, because I had that same thought. I asked for this, I think you all know, I would like to see us moving forward in this process at this time. I am not, I mean, I have to say I am opposed to putting that 1% sales tax in place, but we have not yet had those conversations, gone through the process. We may decide we need to have public meetings. I think we need to go through that process before we approve a budget document that includes it. And while I don't like the idea of simply driving that number down in the reserves to going for 20% instead of the 25, when we're talking about our 2026 budget, which will be here in a year finalizing, we'll have that chance to decide on that tax. I just think it's better to not include it in the budget so that we don't pre-pressure ourselves, right? Into thinking like, oh, that's already included. Right, kids, I think when we have that conversation, it's important our budget. This is what happened. So that's why I advocate leaving where it is. I don't think it's a really good alternative because I honestly think this is likely the best alternative. But I want us to have that conversation before we move it.
On the positive side of looking at this, being at 20% 2 years out, right, in the policy is way better than it dropping to 15, right? Yeah, I mean, like, that makes me feel like I bet we can find new sources of revenue to make it, put it in a little bit more of a comfortable place for the reserve. But I'm not sure, there needs some time. So I guess I'm a little unclear, Mr. Schmidt. Are you saying that when we go to approve this general fund motion, you wanna make a motion that says with it, like, with the grocery tax on it, using this page instead of.
That is certainly what I, yes.
We want to show it as not being.
I want to show it as
in the here's 26.7.
Correct. And then we'll revise it, of course, in 2026 when we made a decision on its in our taxation.
Okay, so Paul, hold that thought. Okay. There's more to talk here, aren't there? Or can we gone through all of your bullet points for this?
Yeah, that was just really fast. If you carry on down through, general fund. If you go down one page, we'll take a look at the impact by departments, make a very quick highlight. As we talked about on Tuesday night, the total general fund budget is up 5.1%. And of that increase, that's between 24 and 25, when you exclude, as you recall, we transferred $2 million during this current year's federal fund. When you exclude that transfer out, it's about 5.1%. And those increases are largely the salaries and benefits that are up 6.58%, and they come down in confusing private pensions. And then our operating, however, is very, very limited, 1.38%. But that's just kind of a snapshot here of all the divisions within the general.
So it's salaries and benefits that have pushed it up. When we look at last year's, it was like 155 million. But lean operating.
Yeah, it's very limited. And as we proceed in through the general fund, the other thing is just the impact on the tip advances. We talked about that as well. Last Tuesday, when we take out the advances, in those advances to several of the tips, we have not peaked yet. It's going to peak, I believe, got identified, can get to the checks, I think it's year 27. That starts dropping down. But when we subtract those out, that brings our fund balance down to what we were talking about, at about just shy of 90 days, it's in the 88-day range. 72 and 90 days. And then this last one kind of shows it a little bit more. This chart in front of you. What we did is we broke out the blue bar here is our tip number 7. And from a very positive standpoint, with LRS coming on board, this fund now is coming very close to breaking even. It still might be a little bit short, the way we projected it, but a year ago, when we were having the same conversation, we thought we were going to be almost $7.3 million short. And now with LRS, we might be closer to, it's going to be probably around $500,000, 600, so it's wonderful. Tip number 7. Tip number 11 is the green. We still anticipate that we could be short about $3.9 million at the end of that tip line. So we've got years to work on this. We just got to figure out, hopefully. And then the ones at the top, that kind of same as orange color, and all of the other advances for some small funds, those are all being paid back. So that is a very, very good thing. Let's take advances. I'm just jumping forward, and this is just to make mention of this. Police and fire pension for 2025, you know, with a levy rate, is going to be about $4.4 million between police and fire. Then we have the debt service on those pension obligation bonds, it's about $5.1 million. So that total between those two is about $9.5 million. Just, I always give you an annual update. When we look back 3 or 4 years ago, when prior to issuing those POB bonds, we were paying over $12 million just in our annual contribution. So we're still saving about $2.5 million a year. Even though our costs are continue to grow, and we're saving money each and every year because of that decision. So that was a good decision. Just FYI for our,
This is just about that, because I was looking at those numbers and looking together. The current pension obligations are just gonna move the same way over time, right?
Yes.
And so, and our only hope is that we can get our pension obligation bonds paid off before the current obligations keep moving to that, right? We'll have to address that again, but we're not behind it.
No, we're not behind. We got are way ahead of the majority of cities. Most of them are funded at just over 50% now. A lot of them are still below 50. And we had some losses initially with interest income and the state took over the plan. We're gaining those back. So we're still in that. It is close to the 80% range of funded, and we got to get to now by 2040. So we're right on.
The state's still discussing parallel for there. There was discussion. at
Yeah,
one time.
there was last 2 years, they keep thinking it's gonna get pushed to some cities that there's no way.
Also-
They can't make it. Yeah, they
I never.
can't make it.
So they're gonna have to push it to 2050, 2060. Right, which is gonna benefit us because it just moves down.
Well, and that's just, this was a problem created over decades. And so much as I'd love to just snap our fingers and solve it, we did our best, and it'll be here in a decade more.
We're on track. Yeah. And just for your information, for transfers out, about $2 million this year going between parks and the public safety equipment. And then our $787,000 is going to fund our special capital improvement. That's right on top of what we've done in previous years. This budget was put together, same estimates as we did for the current year. Fund are showing vacant positions averaging about 6.5%. And what that is, you know, at the end of the year, we had an excess last year. a contra fund showing that we've got vacancies, that brings the budget down, so we are not budgeting for 100% of the positions. You know, we're budgeting for 103%. Our capital equipment normally averages about 300 to 350,000 a year. This year, the only department that made a request for capital was our police department for about 203,000. And she'd like to just talk about her 3 items. They're listed under, it's page 150 over that.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. So over the last several years, I've requested money to continue to build out our citywide camera project. As you know, we've had this in place for a couple of years, and we started with the downtown phase. When we got to a point where we were, in essence, landlocked because of the broadband available. And in fact, the original project that we had downtown was largely run on a wireless system. So we actually reallocated some dollars in last year's budget to work with the engineering department. I have to compliment Dr. Whiting, an amazing guy, that really helped us out. And we ended up running a fiber line under Fifth Avenue to connect all those. Some of the benefits of that, we saw the bank robbery from the cameras that are down there outside of the Chase Bank, as you probably know. Anyway, so we got a grant to put them at the crosswalks at the schools, and those have been really good. And so now working with engineering, Josh, we have a plan to move forward to, and I guess I talked about this just on Thursday, was to march forward some additional fiber. IDOT and the city has run some fiber down on John Deere Road. So we're able to connect to that. And so we're able to move forward with our retail camera phase and putting cameras down around Walmart, John Deere, that area down there, 40, basically from the car dealerships and yards all the way down through Lowe's, and using that fiber that runs down John Deere Road. And so we're requesting $150,000 to work on that project. We also have a simultaneous project, and we might divert a little bit of that money to also, the city is running or connecting fiber in the traffic control boxes on Avenue to cities, which obviously is also a retail area up there. So it works both ways. And so we're going to kind of deal with existing money that I have in the budget this year and that dollar amount to try to work on our retail corridors on Avenue to cities and JDX. I guess I could take any questions on that topic, or I'll just run down the 3 that I have in there. One of the other smaller dollar items we have is $25,000 for our live scan machine. So prior to the Safety Act, back actually in about the year 2000, all the police agencies in Rock Island County moved to centralized booking, which meant that if an individual was arrested, they went straight to jail and did not pass go. They went to Rock Island County Jail, were booked under a central booking agreement that we all signed. The Safety Act kind of changed that because now people don't go to Rock Island County Jail if they are not subject to detention and they're being released. So that has increased our booking at the police department. And our live scan machine is held together currently by duct tape and binder clips. And so we need to upgrade that machine. What that does is when an individual is arrested, we're required to, by law, to take fingerprints, which are then submitted to the state and then subsequently to the FBI through a CJIS compliant database. That is law. And so we need to upgrade that machine. And our initial cost, we actually piggybacked off the Rock Island County just upgraded 2 of their machines. And so we're looking at using their purchase that they already negotiated to get that in for $25,000. The last thing that I have on there is license plate readers, and as presented before, in our Axon contract, we have now license plate readers in our squad cars, in our 32 marked squad cars that are out on the street. License plate readers are really not a new concept, particularly in the state of Illinois or in the Quad Cities.
In 2022, East Moline installed 10 fixed position license plate readers. Rock Island County in 2023, Rock Island City 21. Or other neighboring cities, Silvis and Coal Valley both have license plate readers, and then Rock Island County approved them for 2025. So we lost access to the existing fixed position license plate readers as their provider, Flock, ended the free account. We also do not have access to the Illinois State Police cameras. I'll give you a little quick background. In February of 2019, Tamara Clayton was driving on I-57 in Chicago and was shot and killed. January 2020, Governor J.D. Pritzker signed the Tamara Clayton Expressway Camera Act, giving IDOT and the state police license plate readers throughout the state. They initially installed 300 in Cook County and found that it solved 82% of their highway shootings. In June of 2022, Governor Pritzker signed the extension to that act, investing $20 million in license plates readers throughout the rest of the highways. They've currently installed 658 license plate readers on interstates throughout Illinois, mostly in 80 and north. We don't have any currently in Rock Island County yet. But their statistics on their statewide transparency database shows that those 658 license plate readers have hit 5,747,000 hot plates, meaning that they're wanted for some reason, a crime or stolen vehicle. So the state of Illinois currently does have a statute that covers license plate readers and the prohibition, particularly license plate are prohibited by law for being used in any non-law enforcement purpose, including to target somebody who is seeking lawful healthcare activity act. We are prohibited from using them for immigration or out-of-state uses unless the out-of-state agency signs an agreement, they will comply with state law. So we're looking at with this budgetary request to install 8, which is the minimum number that that Flock, particularly, we're looking at a couple other companies as well, but if we were to go with Flock, their minimum for our size city that they will sign a contract is for 8. So that's where we're starting at, and then we'll see how it goes and go from there. So it's certainly taking
question. So this, when we move forward, we install 8 cameras, we have access to all of the camera networks, including those that are coming from our neighbors, or are we only getting access to the 8 points?
Yeah, great question. So my lawyer answer is it depends. So it depends on the company that we go with. All of our neighbors in the area have Flock. Talking about some opinion about their sales tactics offline, but I've directed my staff to research multiple companies to see what the options are. Flock is it's called a SaaS model, basically a subscription. Motorola is a capital cost. You buy the cloth, you buy and you own them, and then there's a maintenance, a small maintenance agreement. So the dollars are different. Higher cost up front, less cost over length of time. I prefer that. That's also the same parent company in Motorola that we have with the Vigilon or other just regular cameras. The problem is those won't connect with our neighbors, but they would connect to the Illinois State Police. So we're kind of trying to evaluate what would be beneficial. Would it be beneficial for us to have that connection and help our neighbors get access to state police cameras, and then they can help us with the Flock cameras? So I don't know that answer yet, but to be direct with you, is if we went with Flock and we connected to the Flock network, we would get them nationwide. And similar to the Motorola vigilance system, we get them nationwide, and then we would also get access to private scans on the Motorola, meaning buses, repo vehicles and stuff like that. So they have a law enforcement gets everything, private only gets private. They don't get law enforcement.
I appreciate you walking through all the restrictions on access, and that is all good. And will sound familiar from my questions on cameras in the past. What kind of controls are in place to ensure there are no abuses? Is it logging, who's actually logging in, like, it'll say who's logging in to take that information, similar to how it does in our cameras?
Right, so just like with our cameras or the fingerprint system that we just recently bought, and the good thing with technology now, it's all cloud-based, it's all tracked, it's all audited, and we can put whatever controls, that we desire. We can limit the number of people that have access to it, like for example, supervisors or detectives. We'll have to walk through that when we see the product a little bit closer. But I'm with you on the oversight and, the controls and the concerns. But like from a private, let's just say, one of the things is like, are we gonna just look and see if you were at the bars, right? The base package for any of these things has a law enforcement purpose policy requirement, right? You can't be searching stuff unless we have a case, the attached to it, that we can document, and it's a legitimate law enforcement purpose. That's kind of the first catch-all to this. And then the second would be the retention of the data. So our maximum retention on the video that we have now is 30 days, but I can tell you, because we have so many on the server that we have right now, it's at really only about 12 days because of our capacity. We're looking at maybe adding a server to get back to that. But we would probably look at it, at a certain time period. Right now, there's a bill pending to limit the data to 5 years. I think that's a little long personally. Some of the other recommendations are like 30 days essentially. So I don't have a great answer for you right yet, but I can tell you that there will be parameter security controls and then retention limits on it, but similar to what we have now.
And would it log what officers had access to information?
Yes. They would have an account, right? And then when you log into an account, right, everything is time stamped. And that's the same thing with our police records, right? So our police record system also does the same thing. And we can see every module that they access. We can see every change that they make, deletion, view, all that stuff.
To help to deter abuse.
Oh,
as well as identify some claims there's abuse. Find out.
Yeah, and we have a lot of, probably more than any other agency here. We have access to a lot of sensitive data, right? Driver's licenses, we have credit, we run people's credit letters and all of those have a disclaimer on them that's law enforcement only, and it's monitored, and it can be audited at any time, and it's digitally tracked. Now more than ever in our age of technology, that's so easy, to put those, to have those access to that tracking.
Thank you.
Opinion and then.
The small question, the LPRs are stationary. Cameras.
So the technology is either we have mobile now in the squads, on the front of the squad, the accident camera, they're mobile. This is to move to a fixed position, help.
And I think the case of those two young men that were murdered this year.
Yes.
The police were knocking on doors looking for rain footage, trying to figure out what cars were, and obviously we don't have these on every street, but this is one tool that can really help. At 2 a.m, who's driving around, we can limit the suspect pool pretty quickly. I think it's really good.
Well, yeah, I can tell you without giving away active case data, both of the double homicides that we had earlier this year, our neighbors, LPRs played a significant role in tracking the suspects.
So there was guardrails for immigration and healthcare.
Yeah.
Is there any way that the federal government can supersede and obtain any information?
Wait. I usually, but I'm trying to run through my constitutional law training on the supremacy clause, but I guess I don't know that. I just can tell you that I haven't seen that happen. We don't have.
I think they would have to operate under our policies or guidelines, and, I just don't see that happening. In other cases, like for example, immigration now, I mean, they're not knocking down our door asking for stuff, I mean, it's prohibited in Illinois, so. They're not asking us for data, so I just, like I said, I don't see that happening. I don't have a reading, or legally, like, I don't know for sure legally, because there is the supremacy clause in the federal constitution, but I guess I'm not sure. I was doing so well, yes.
I imagine it would be,
For that question.
there would be a fairly large lawsuit in that instance that the state would get involved in. Because there is a state's rights concern. There's all the
Yeah.
home rule concern, and there's a lot of things that, at the minimum, could tie something like that up for quite a while, and then we can direct policy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the easiest answer for me to give you there is when Illinois moved to the Trust Act and then changed the law on the use of state resources for federal immigration, it stopped. And they didn't, they're not doing what they were doing, I don't know, 8 years ago or whatever that law was. So prior to that, we were trying to after the state law was effective. So my assumption would be.
Is there another? Okay. As far as.
Before we move on with capital, did you turn page 9 in your handouts? Because I forgot to mention this during the capital project. When you're doing telescope, the question was asked, how do you compare to other cities? Did you teach them to say, lean operating, aggressive capital, do that? This is kind of a snapshot, this is about the practice of the annual reports from 2023 is the first column here. Moline, as far as operating versus capital expense, it was 18% of our budget. If you look at Bettendorf across the river for 23, they're at 24.5%. Then as you look down to Davenport, Rock Island, and East Moline, we are well above those levels. And as we head into 25, we got $59.5 million that we potentially in front of you look to about. That would bring us up into the 30 to 31% level. So truly is a very.
Is Bettendorf driven by the fact that they're expanding? They're building roads left, right, and center.
Yes, no, I mean,
So that's just a difference when you have an older community, ours is going to something else, potentially repaired instead of.
a lot of their business.
Right. Just.
They also do a lot of it.
Anything further in this number 18?
Yes, I just want to very briefly, I'm gonna let Denver speak. As you know, we purchased a grinding machine here a year and a half ago, as well as the asphalt paver, and I just wanted Denver to give you just a little bit of an update on that, because it's one of the things we're actually saving.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, so some positive projects program forwards. The grinding machine, grinding building, live very short started back in January. The project cost was approximately $120,000. We are seeing some chemical reductions, which is great. It's about $30,000 each year for reductions. Just for example, typically before that equipment was in place, it would cost $10,000 to $11,000 to retreat the entire equipment. Now it costs about $1,000. So pretty good progress with that. And I think we'll see a return to the equipment over the next couple of years. Performance-wise, we'll see. Last year was a little bit of a different winter. Had one large event, small events. Looking nice to have smaller events this year just to see how it performs. It's still good. So much to do with product. That's more analysis. In terms of the paver, yeah, so we purchased paver back in January again, right when it started. And trained, we're able to train in July once we received the equipment.
Majority of that training was on Columbus Trail. We put down 735 tons of asphalt in that area. Trying to quantify that for everyone. So that's roughly 2,700 cubic yards. 1 cubic yard is about a truck bed. So 2,700 truck beds of asphalt in that area is a lot. It's complex equipment, but we were able to get staff going on that program. Recently, we did that to focus on the way back program. But we're going to wrap it back up next spring. We'll have a priority list. We have several gravel alleys that we focus on, smaller areas as well for roadways, but hopeful that we're going to make it as well.
Thank you. Many well spent on is to continue work. And we already talked about the council contingency and that the level of that in the impact. And then just to let you know, we continue to restrict $1 million for the additional application. And in fact, that's what I have for the general, it's a budget of a little over $51 million, and that funds the majority of that.
We need a motion to approve the general fund as presented.
General fund.
All right, that's Castro Finch.
Motion to amend the general fund to incorporate the elimination of the 1% grocery tax in 2026 and 2027.
Second.
Motion by Schmidt, second for amendment, seconded by Timian. I just have to write it down. Okay, this, discussion had here and there, hearing no more, all in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So we're back to the motion on the floor as amended. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. It is now 11:55, and we have about a page left. If we go back and half here, if we can stop for those box lunches, yes, and then come back in. We want to do 20 minutes. 20 minutes from now is 12:15. Thank you so much. I see 12:15 on the clock.
How good for the one there for
Well, you're at 19. It's not
I'll do my best. So before I turn the page to the one thing. Okay. Are the numbers that we just literally pointed out in the general fund. And that is, out of all of our tips, you can see the two red boxes that are over the right hand side on the first check. We've got tip number 7, which begins at the end of the day, which is going to be closed. Potentially, we could have an outstanding balance of $6,000. And tip 11 is the 3.1. What I'd like to point out with this chart, and identify that here, is that how much is actually in 26 for the advances from the general fund, $11,546,000. And then you'll see that one of the things that you're going to see on this chart is part of the general fund, but also down below is the loan on tip 15, the special capital projects fund. It's a very except you haven't actually issued that loan yet, but that will be claimed for itself. 2045 as part of the development agreement. The city is going to potentially loan no greater than $2.8 million over that period, trying to be paid back to them.
Could you update us, please?
Yeah, so, no, it's all. A couple things are going on with teams, so it's going. It's a good time to bring it up. My discussions with AJ Lowe's this week, and my discussions with Alex last week. There's a real possibility that it will not be a third story. Problem they run into is that the adjoining property owner, who also used to be, it's now vacant, Ameriprise, facing Valley. Some of the small footprint that put down here. In order for them to build that third story and have windows facing the east, they have to know that those people who own the adjoining property are not going to build up and block those windows. Otherwise, there can be no windows. There's no windows. So the third floor, they try to find the air rights, offer money for the air rights, was rejected off the private property. That was rejected. So they have gone back to the drawing board and they think do a two-story building. And bother with this property owner. Just want to know the number of buildings. Selling the property. So that will actually then bring down not only their costs, but it brings down our costs. 2.8 is no longer. Right, what that number is, I don't know yet. We haven't sent down to discuss what's happening. The other side of the equation too is that TIF and that property are very likely candidates for historic tax credits inside the Riverside tax zone that's going to be created, which this here we're not going to create. So that will also drive down the current drive our cost. So just stay tuned, just a heads up.
There'll be an issue of video phase two.
And then, well, phase two is a different, they're involved in that discussion as well with another developer. So phase two is on the parking lot. All right.
I mean, the height won't be an issue because it's not right.
Not phase two. Phase two. This phase one is the original historic district. Okay. So, up to date now.
Please continue. Go down 2 slides. You just talked about that. This particular one shows, as you know, if you rates drop off, then potentially the TIF revenue is available for projects within the city. And we have to spend that money or we lose it. So every year, we're in contact with the department head. What potential money is available. And in the current year, there's about $6,000 here. It's actually in that old high school gym, this dog park. There's about $6,300 that we could spend by the end of the year. And then moving forward into 25, 26, and 27, we'll have about $772,000 actually between all 4 years to spend over the next 3 years. So we'll be looking at that. The biggest dollars available in TIF number 12, $200,000 each year.
So not a more parking register in thinking of these.
TIF 11 is
Yeah, TIF 11, that's not.
13 and 11. What about the garage? It's always a bend. They selling up borrow it. Way you're not. We don't do that.
I wasn't asking what the tip. Well, I was looking at that one, if you get any idea what areas it looks go, if that would be improvements on the Parkway, because I noticed it goes all over the river.
What?
That's the
Western. Oh, Western is there. Oh, nothing's happening. But stay tuned on that because we look at discussions going on. Western, University of Illinois, and then That
We're,
is manufacturing institute. That would be inside, if they decide to co-locate with Western, on the West campus. Underutilized. So maybe we could use those now, depending upon what happens with the two schools. But Western has $30 million sitting on the side, set aside based on work that Matt used on lobbies many years ago. Future growth of that campus. It's still very much with Western. So, further,
We keep planning on improving the projects as best we can. And we, I know there's things you probably need to tag it on one page or we share one page. This one is a recap of all of the bonds and our obligations to property tax rebates for development agreements that we already did. And just to point out, it's number in the lower right-hand corner, almost $50 million through 2046. With rebates, bond payments that will go down. And then I was just going to make mention and formulations. Yeah, we got two new tips with Barb and the Fifth Avenue for our very last tips in this section here for cash flows. And we've set these up as best we can. We work with Chris Mathias as well. I think it's going, but so tentatively, I think we've got everything included for the development agreement, both the East Gate as well as Fifth Avenue. We do have some upfront costs that we are providing as an incentive that we are doing on. Years. So the general fund is doing some cash flowing on East Gate, possibly even 330 or 2034. Everything is balanced, laying down, so it's working as it's supposed to be. We're still waiting on some final infrastructure numbers and utilities and that. But then Fifth Avenue is the same, we just go down that. Those are all in there. And that's really all I have. We can go through all of the cash flows. What I really like to do is when we get our audits, a little more nice, so we know the audit thing. But right now, we're in tip 7, and putting it on now.
Motion to approve the tip seven as presented.
oops, executive, I add, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed? 20, review of internal service funds and your cash flow projections.
Yes, the very first one is our active and retiring health funds. And we talked about this during the PowerPoint. And I don't really have a lot to add to our health insurance fund other than and if you look down the column that says 2025 estimate, we talked about that the renewal this year shows a net increase of about 7.2% net of that laser. In 2025, if we indeed have to draw our fund balance down with a laser, it will still leave us at 31.65%. So we've still got good cash flow within that fund. I hope that we can straighten this out, but we could vary it for another year. Chart that on the next slide, what we tried to do, and you can see that blue line, that is that laser where expenditures are outpacing the revenues. But typically we try to budget this fund so that revenues and expenditures are Any questions on active health? And if not, we move into our retiree. It's kind of the same story. You take the cash flow story. That particular fund has an income down of 150%. And this is where we try to set aside money for that OPEB liability fund, the funding for OPEB. And if you take a look at the chart on the next page, you can see there, you can't see it real well, but our revenues, we try to have a little more revenues every single year that we can add to that fund balance to try to build up that balance. So if we go one more screen, it's our unfunded portion of the OPEB. And if you take a look at the content right here on this page, back in 2020, it's 4 columns in, you'll see 73.88%. We anticipate here by the end of 25 is where this one is now. We expect it to be about 68.97. So it's a slow improvement, but we are decreasing that unfunded liability. And we've got money set aside, and from, you know, the audit perspective, there's a lot of cities sadly that don't have any money set aside. So when we are, you know, 30% of our team did better, we're doing a good job of at least trying to address that. And that's how I got helping hiring. We can switch to the liability fund. And again, this is another fund that really managed. I'm going to take you directly to the cash flow. And you go down column 25, you'll see that net income fund balance or cash reserves at 67.95%. So that's a very solid amount. And again, this is a fund where you want to have reserves because, as we mentioned last Tuesday, for instance, our current deductible on our work comp claims is $500,000 per person per claim. So you gotta have it just in bank. But I know Annette and HR and Leah, you're gonna be bringing back that insurance premiums, maybe you've gotten yet, you're hoping to by the end of the month, you understand. I hope you will be that 4 to 6% range. That's what this budget is built around, is the assumption is going to be looking at 4 to 6 range. And our claims are projected over an average 8-year average to go up about 6.1%. And we've got, like I say, adequate reserves to weather the storm if something unusual. We're right on track. Any questions on that one? In our IT budget, David's done a lot of hard work with this money. Cash flow, we've got some nice reserves that are set aside. I also think David's got a lot of these plans for the near future for technologies. And this is something that, and we're all in agreement on, is that we want to give our employees the necessary tools and access to the most, you know, updated technology so they can do their jobs as efficiently as possible. And so it's good that you've got money available to upgrade PCs, upgrade software, taking advantage of the most recent technology. If you take a look at, you know, one more page, that's just kind of a chart. And the way that money is spent, it could be high in 1 year and low in another. So you just want your reserves to be pretty stable. One more page. There is a list of all the things that we're spending money on, the data that's regulated on software, hardware, and then other capital expenditures. So in 2025, we've got just under $500,000. Largely capital equipment. We're doing an upgrade for our software and hardware to the J. It's going to do everything it's supposed to be doing. Any questions on that? Okay. who's going to keep moving. Facility, I don't know, is Sarah here? That's fine, thank you, our way through this. Facility fund is also on track. Want to take a look at those cash reserves. And this one is not a percentage. The fund balance policy states that we want to have 25 to 30% minimum set aside. And then we show what's over that policy. So it's on a total dollar amount. And we want a minimum of $250,000 set aside. And so we've got the 25% plus the including the 250, and we've got all of about 100,000. It's on track, but we just hired a new facility manager, and I know that one of those priorities is to focus on evaluating needs citywide. We're looking at the real solid internal and trying to come up with a comprehensive plan.
Facilities management.
Yeah. And so, in the future years, this will be another one, kind of like a grant. We want to make sure, because we don't have adequate dollars set aside for some of the bigger projects, but we need to start trying to sock money away by identifying what those future needs are. And so, if you go down a couple more pages, you will see what is budgeted for 2025. And we've got some significant improvements in City Hall coming up. We've got the boilers and chillers for $175,000, roof system replacement for $500,000, and then the entire building generator for $115,000. And then a couple smaller ones at the library for a food control panel, and some work at the fire station number 2 for $75,000. So almost $1 million.
And that, none of this includes the plans to move chambers down and all that.
Not at this time, no.
If that is in the special capital improvement fund, we've got $500,000 set aside. And then David and I, we had also talked, we're not sure if we could possibly some upgraded technology. When we do that, to move that down to the first floor as well, we'll make some IT or whatever the classes are.
Oh, no, and you're excited about it. I understand why that is a recommendation, because I'm in the building many days a week. I know who has been able to sneak up and how we need to improve our security, right? And when you move council chambers down, it means you're not having the public going up into other offices. I understand it. But if we're also looking at this issue of personnel, and I mean, I've in my notes, I noticed that move is meant to cost $500,000. I would much rather use it to provide for safety for personnel. So as you're taking small bites at finding us recommendations, that is a place that I identified as like, maybe just as we waited on redoing the basement of the building.
We postponed.
We postponed a lot of stuff
Totally
with
postponed.
facilities. This, I understand not deferring maintenance. This isn't a maintenance thing. This is simply, it's meant to address safety. I get that, but you get what I'm saying. It's not as essential as having 3 more, 6 more, 5.
The one thing we need to just consider is that special capital improvement fund really was designated with the intent that it was going to be for capital. Not to say the council can't reallocate it, spend it on operating.
I understand the
Yeah.
difference there, but you get what I'm saying. This is, if we're looking for funds and not especially tax. It's just something I'm looking at.
Yes,
Mr. Schmidt.
Where did the doors and the actual safety improvements, are they in that 500,000?
They're in the 2024 budget.
they
They're
are.
already.
They're already.
That's just the entrance area. Go ahead.
November, bringing forward.
So for City Hall, I'd like to call the project, we had been on 2 weeks ago. For that and Public Works, so I'll make a recommendation council in November.
I just want to make sure when we talk about a chamber, which I get at, that we're also talking about
Yeah, no, they're separate, yeah. And we can still do this, correct, without moving more chambers, it's.
We're gonna do this without moving chambers, and when we do move chambers, this accommodation also works. with those are-
That's what I'm saying, so it's not like wasted money.
No, no, absolutely.
Thank you, sorry. to interrupt.
Oh, no. We've got plenty of them. If you move into the three budget then, and before I start talking about the two flow, I'm gonna do an update. Especially for we just haven't heard this story before, but, we have vehicles in our fleet fund as well as all of our enterprise funds. Two separate buckets. And in our fleet fund, which is the fund that we're going to talk about now, we have 393 vehicles statewide that we maintain. And the total estimated replacement cost is $30.5 million. So it's a huge operation. We can maintenance, replacement, all the bidding on all vehicles. Then in addition, when you add the enterprise fund and water, sewer, stormwater, and sanitation, that's another 63 vehicles and almost another $10 million. And they all get maintained. Through fleet. That's just an interesting piece of information. Now as we go back to the cash flow, the fund is in good shape in 2025. The minimum fund balance is 20 to 30% of annual operating, plus a minimum of $500,000 for future capital. So you will set aside all that money, and then in addition, we have a carryover of about $900,000 because we know we've got some big vehicle purchases coming on the horizon. But fund is working great. If you take a look at the chart over here, you can see our expenditures for the last few years kind of outpaced revenues. We had a very significant fund balance going back in 2020. And we kind of gradually been making sure that we're monitoring it, we've been drawing that down for the adequate level, fully fund the maintenance as well as future replacements. So that's kind of what that chart is showing. And then if you go two more pages in, well, you can look at 24, I guess. The 24 at the bottom, current year within, you've got about $2,079,000 worth of vehicles, and they've virtually all been replaced. And as we go into 25, for the fleet fund, we've got about $2 million, $1.9 million, and then we've got an additional $710,000 out of utilities and an additional $1.5 million from the sanitation. But for 2025, we just kind of see the highlight of the fleet fund. We've got 4 vehicles in CPE, miscellaneous trucks and some mowers and things for the park maintenance. And then we've got the biggest chunk is 21 squads, and they're on a 5-year rotation for replacement. So those are all fully funded. And Sarah has worked with Denver. They do a really good job. And if it's time to replace some of these squads, if we can place them in other departments, like for inspections or engineering and whatnot, we try to extend that useful life before they actually leave the city. And then in our streets department, we've got about another $500,000.
Got a question from Mr. Schmidt.
I'm not sure if this is best for you, but we'll start there. Has the sales cycle on vehicles at least stabilized, if not returned to how it had been prior?
It's gotten better. We have been 2.5, almost 3 years out. And it's crazy. So now the availability is better. But still on equipment like fire apparatus. And I know we've gone the library in your mobile vehicle. We've got to really plan in advance, like the chassis and things like that, over ahead of time, so that
because a lot of that fund increase in the subsequent drawdown was related to vehicle availability. We couldn't replace it when we were supposed to, and we finally got it caught back up, so it's normalized.
Any questions on fleet? If not, we're actually done with the internal service fund.
Goodness.
Motion for the internal service fund as presented.
Schmitz and Finch, discussion? Favor?
Aye.
Last page.
And you're here. This may be the briefest conversation of all, because we've already adopted the fees. We went through all of the enterprise funds in depth in September. And, yeah, the ordinance numbers for all those fees are in place. As long as you open up if you have any questions, there's no action needed on
You're done, please continue.
it. Okay, debt service. I do have a couple things I want to bring up here. You can go up to this one. And I'm actually going to have you refine this. I just wanted to show, this chart shows exactly what's happening with debt, and that we've got a significant amount of debt that's dropping out in the next 10 years. And the biggest decrease in debt is actually between the year 29 and 30. We have $1.4 million in that year. And if you do not issue any additional bonds, will be available. So as Bob was saying, as our debt drops off, as we're building a new fire station, those monies could be available, or that 1.4, almost $1.5 million could also be crossed over to enhance our CIP program. Just keep it there. It's home rule sales tax primarily. So as we talk about our special improvement fund and all those dollars, I think there's almost $81 million available. In those last few years, there could also be an additional $1.5 million. So we've got some good funding. One of the things I want to talk about, because I will have to come back to you on tax abatement, committee of the whole, as we have just discussed, all of this debt is abated through home rule sales tax and or interest. Okay, all of these bonds on that page. However, for the next category, the PO bonds, or I'm sorry, pension obligation bonds, they are funded 100% through our property tax levy. So, and that is the way it is, the way it was set up. In bonding one. But this fund is right on track. And then what we have also got is in that special capital improvement fund is potentially issuing bonds for this fire station, potentially issuing bonds for the solar farm. And then we would be adding to these debt schedules for that. But it's, the revenue sources are already. This fund is in good shape. If I have anything else to add, Your Honor?
Need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second. Second, Skippy. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes.
So now we move into the 23 item here on the agenda. I just want to say it's wonderful that we're doing close to 1 o'clock. It's surely Saturday, but I'm so grateful for council's commitment to have worked throughout June, July, I'm going to exaggerate, in July, August, September, and now October, to help even out the load on the budget. And I think it's also giving you the more time to discuss it instead of trying to jam pack it on into one page.
I will say, I appreciate you recognizing that. I had told some council members I was feeling very pressured between Tuesday night and today. Just because, that's when we got more detailed information, but as today has gone on, and we've been able to actually discuss some things that better. Still, I'm curious as we get to the end of this meeting about whether we think we do need the 29th. Happy to keep things rolling that way, but I know that was an option. So thank you for reminding us all that we did have lots of time to think about some of these things. So under additional budget items, I know there's one thing we haven't talked about as a group, which is that $450,000 request for ARPA complexities. You recall the letter to
Oh, yeah, it was a letter.
I think it could be said, like, just looking at our budget right here, there's no place for that money to come from. And for only 3 units, in a floodplain, I don't think we have any choices here but to say no, we cannot fund that. I personally would love it if staff could talk with them about locating somewhere else in the city, right? We have resources to talk about whether they want to put residential someplace else in the city. It's not the principle of the issue. There is not that much money on those few places in that. So I just thought we better talk about that together. I'm seeing it's nodding like.
We have land.
Where?
The place we tore down
Which one?
4 years ago.
Bench?
Bench.
We do have that land. We're always marketing that.
That was Bucky.
It's just, well, there are a lot of bikes out there. We have lines that we cast everywhere this far, there's a bias. So there's a lot going on that we just don't talk about. Some land we have to solve through. That was up.
Well, I do also appreciate the way the budget, does connect to some of our strategic goals in a clear way. Like you mentioned, the tree bank, having sitting out there in the strategic plan and here so big to fund it kind of thing. I think you are, especially, I just want to stare at this for a while because I'm very proud of the work you've done and the council's done to make us focused in these ways. We don't function as a city if the infrastructure doesn't function, right? So it makes sense that it would be the number one priority, and that was number one in our strategic plan. And housing, we didn't talk a lot about it here, but like we're doing the work that needs to be done on housing. So I'll be curious to see what happens with strategic planning in the future, but in terms of this budget, it's to align with where we place like our highest and second priorities in the strategic plan. I also just noted for myself, please chime in, council, but it's always nice to see we can make ends meet and take a little less money than we took before. But then when you think about like these percentages, I start wondering, raising taxes by this percentage, whatever. When I looked at the claim of property taxes have gone up 1.4% per year on average for the last 10 years, I think that's a pretty good metric of the responsibility the councils before us and our current council have said with taking just what's needed and trying to be smart about where that money goes. So I just thought I'd mention it because I know we do take that seriously, how much we're taking it from the residents, but that's a pretty great percentage right there. Any other thoughts from the council? Mr. Schmidt?
I think the biggest actions or pieces that are remaining after today is how we can address it, test it, talk about a few little pieces, but then we have a couple big pieces that it may be us to say, hey, we can solve some of that problem heading into the next year, although I don't know if we want to zero out that account until we get a little closer to the end of the year. because it is there, I think, for emergencies. But I think, you know, the idea of saying we're gonna put that into put whatever's left into some major initiative. But I think since we first talked about it, I think there's 3 competing plans that could take it on, but, that's my only hanging thread out there, and I don't think it's a thread we can close down or should close down. So
Anyone else? We move to number 24. Address common questions, maybe we were kind of there, mixing 23 and so that leaves budget work session number 2. These are significant motions that we should take time for, so is it your recommendation we maintain the schedule and have the meeting on the 29th?
Well, actually, the way this is reading, 25 is on its own. The question is, if you need it, do we need the meeting on the 29th? Or is the council prepared to make those final motions that we need on our property taxes and the SSA?
Oh, right
Three
now.
motions.
Yeah.
Then you don't need to meet.
Yeah, and we don't need to. And, the motion to amend, because we're gonna try to come back with a plan for December, we don't have to have that motion to amend that December yet, because we've got all meetings.
We need time for that.
That's the 24 question. So the first 3 here are things, if we deal with them now, we don't have to have. But if we deal with them now, we still have the mechanisms in place for you to bring us back information on.
Oh,
why
yeah,
personnel.
I will do that.
Oh, okay.
Next few meetings, we'll wrap it.
Okay, so I'll entertain any pieces.
but would it be to establish an estimated property tax levy, or we just establish the property tax levy? This is estimated here, but all.
And we put estimated before, because it is based on tentative values.
Well, but our percentage is estimated, but this number will be
But the
set.
levy, your levy amount.
Okay.
So let's just take estimated off.
Motion to establish the property tax levy for 2025 at $16,845,542.
Seconded by Finch. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Next motion.
Motion to establish the SSA 5 property tax levy for 2025 at $132,475.
Schmidt, seconded by Finch. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Motion to establish SSA 6 property tax levy for 2025, $269,255.
Second. Wait, I think you meant 269,000. I pitched the 1,000.
I didn't say that, but yes.
Hey, first let me.
I have permission to restate the motion.
Yes, please.
Motion to establish SSA 6 property tax levy for 2025, $269,255.
Thank you, Senator Castro. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. We'll wait on this last one. So we have completed the tasks you assigned us. So we're to miscellaneous business. None.
Just, we're at the library, it's, from the first, it's the first official launch, or the official launch of the, so make sure to come back. That we families from 25 bucks from the whole family, 15 a week. Yeah, so just, you'll be seeing more about it.
We have them still lined up for the next.
We already have to month. That's out of month. I submitted offers. So now we gotta get.
Yep, working on
Just letting you know, I'll be on grounds during Tuesday next week. So we can, giving happen with.
No executive session?
Uh,
You need a motion to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Castro and Schmidt. All in favor?
No, I'm still.